What up, firearms? How you doing tonight, firearms? How about you? I'm doing good, bro. I don't know if you saw last night, but I was doing a duplication glitch, and yeah, it's how I got all these diamonds and shit. So I'm probably gonna destroy most of them though, because I feel like it kind of defeats the purpose. But at the same time, like, does it though? Like, do I just keep them, honestly? But what about, I have a shit ton of ancient debris, bro. So should I go burn the ancient debris, put it in a shulker box and burn it? Because I have like over 100,000 pieces of ancient debris. And that's only ancient debris, not including all the netherite ingots that I also have, that are shulker boxes full. What do you think I should do? Sure, alright. I feel like it just kind of defeats, like, I don't know, the ancient debris is a little too far. The diamonds are something that, like, I could easily just get anyways. I mean, all this is a little absurd. It's alright. Alright, so I should go destroy it. I can be here in like 1 hour, I guess. Alright, sounds good, bro. Hey, thanks for popping by and saying hi. I'm gonna play Fortnite? Alright, bro. See ya.
President Trump is for you.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
Easily the most effective ad that Trump has ever run in his entire political career, and one of the most effective political ads of all time. And all the numbers tell us that. That's not just my opinion.
100%.
All the data tells us that. Now, when she spoke to Fox News in the only hostile interview she participated in during the entire campaign, Kamala was asked directly about this ad. She had the opportunity to disavow all this nonsense. She could have admitted that it was a terrible idea to use taxpayer money to fund sex changes for illegals or for anyone else. She could have acknowledged that people can't change their gender or pick their pronouns. She also could have laid out a clear definition of the word woman, which is a pretty important word to define, especially when you're running to be the first woman president. She could have done any of that. And it would have upset some people on her own side, but it would have, to a large extent, mitigated the most effective attack against her. If she had just been willing to admit that she understands human biology.
Yep.
In other words, Kamala had the opportunity to do what the African tribesmen did when I spoke to them in What is a Woman. She could have laughed in the face of this absurdity. as
Yeah.
anything with common sense would do. She could have demonstrated to Americans that she's not going to surrender the federal government to a small number of radical anti-truth activists. But Kamala couldn't do any of that.
Of course she couldn't, bro.
Instead, just so we remember, here's how she addressed this ad when Brett Baer brought it up.
Would you still advocate for using taxpayer dollars for gender reassignment
I will
surgeries?
follow the law, just as I
you have a
think
say
Donald
in
Trump
this.
would say he did.
You would have a say as president.
Like I said, I think it's real. He spent $20 million on those ads, trying to create a sense of fear in the voters because he actually has no plan in this election that is about focusing on the needs of the American people.
The needs of the American people are not having sex changes and mutilating our bodies. Holy shit, Kamala. Disappointed, bro. I was disappointed. We all knew it was not gonna fucking work out for her.
How many people total in the entire country, total, are actually in favor of giving taxpayer-funded sex change operations for convicted criminals?
What the fuck is that?
How many total people in the country are actually in favor of that?
What the fuck is that?
Could you?
What the hell is that, chat? Chat. What is that? And why is it on my monitor screen? What is that? Uh-oh. Get back. What the fuck is that? That is not a stink bug. That's like 3 times the size. I can't even see it. Where did it go? No. Get away. Where are you at? I'm gonna find you. And I ain't playing around. Wait, actually, bro. It's not the bug. Holy shit. Where is it at? Fuck. What the hell do I do? What do I do? And what the fuck was that? That thing. How is it over there on the wall? Chat, what do I do? Do I kill it? Wait. Oh, yes, sir. Man, let's use this thing. This thing fucking hits hard as shit. Fucking fine. Holy shit. It just disappeared again. How is it doing that? What? How am I supposed to kill it? What the fuck am I supposed to do if I genuinely can't keep track of it? Because I'm fucking coming for you. But I there's still over here on the wall. Oh, come in. Where'd you go, you bitch? Why is it not coming back? Alright, this is a bad one. Alright. Real shit. Is it loaded or fuck? Alright. Where you at, ho? Where the fuck you at? I ain't playing around, come out right now. Where you at, boy? Where you at? I'ma find you. Wait, it's not a bug. I got scared. Alright, where the fuck is it? Oh shit, it's also not it. Where the fuck you at? Where the bug at? Where the bug's at? I'm low-key kinda scared. Holy shit, that thing was big as fuck. I fucking found it. No! I missed. Damn you. You Nazi bastard. I don't know. Fuck, I didn't hit it that time either? I think I just broke. It's definitely like not. Fly out of there. Fly out of there. Fly out of there. Get out of my lamp. You son of a bitch. You son of a bitch. You son of a bitch. Man. Oh, it's on my bed. Get the fuck off. Oh, no. No, bitch. Get off. No, get off my bed. Fuck. Ah! Guys, I shot him when it was at the wall. And it, half of its body is missing. And it was crawling out my bed. Holy shit, it's still fucking moving. I need to put this thing out of its misery. This isn't right. No. Stop, get back. Sorry. Fuck. Yeah, this thing fucking hurts. Fuck you, nigger. What? Get back in here. Get back. You don't deserve life. Because you've been terrorizing me. Oh, hell no. Get away from me. Ooh, what is that, Britt? Alright. Fuck you. Yes. How is it alive? Schlatt, its organs are pumping out of its fucking... Come on, I just want to put it in its misery. No, how is it alive? No, because somebody tell me. How are you living? Fuck, how are you alive? Oh, you're dead now. It's still alive! What? How? Just die, man. Just die. Fuck, this is so fucked up. I didn't want to touch you guys. Sorry, I shoot it. Bonsai, motherfucker. Alright. Holy shit, this is awful. No way. I suck ass, bro. Oh, come on. Alright, now it's actually dead. Oh, yeah. Oh my god, that's disgusting. Oh my god, I'm going to hell. Oh my god. Oh my god. Dude, that thing is huge. Huge. And I don't even know what the fuck it's called. So, I shot it a lot of times with this thing. And the first time I shot it when it was on the wall, 3 of its legs came off. And it was on the ground. Or actually, it went on my bed. So I proceeded to smack it off my bed repeatedly, which crushed the body. What up, hider? And then it's crawling on the floor, and I kept missing, and it kept going too far underneath my bed. So I smacked it some more, and then I finally killed it. I just had some bad aim at first. That's really... But I feel bad. Fuck. Gave me a workout, though, because I couldn't fucking aim for my life. So, yeah, there's that, too. Where's my headset at? Found it. It's terrible of me to do. It's my house, motherfucker. You're an elite right now, bro. I do not care. You're trash the game. Get the hell out of here. No, I'm just kidding. Let's go back to watching Heart of It.
Could you scrounge together 5,000 people in the entire country who actually support that, I think that'd be difficult. And so it is the far fringiest fringe of her radical base that she allowed herself to be held hostage to. And she lost. You know, she mocks the Trump campaign in that clip, spending so much money on the ad. This is the candidate whose campaign raised $1 billion and ended up in debt by tens of millions of dollars because they hired a bunch of celebrity influencers who
got a bomb there, so I'm not going. Oh, bet.
Yet she's lecturing the Trump campaign on how they should have spent their money. She's upset at that.
There's not going to be a bomb there. People just do that so they can get off school.
The most effective political ad of all time was a waste of money. Maybe the Trump campaign should have gone out and gone bankrupt in order to get Megan Thee Stallion to twerk on stage.
Yo.
She obviously worked out so well for Kamala. And then Kamala goes on in the clip to dismiss the whole issue as unimportant. She claims that Americans don't really care about all this stuff. But they do. They care about it because they care about the truth. And they care about the truth because if you don't have that, literally nothing else matters. Already there are some signs that left-wing media is coming around ever so begrudgingly to this reality, maybe. This was Joe Scarborough, for example.
That's what I heard. And I didn't hear it from Republicans. I didn't hear it from Trumpers. I heard it from Democrats over the past 3 or 4 years. Their kids were taught in class and say something unpopular because they would be canceled. And it's an epidemic. Willie will tell you it happens in New York City schools. It happens in colleges. And all of this adds up to people going, come on. Come on, this is crazy. And Mike, it's having an impact from, again, the trans ad to, the athletics. And by the way, as we've said on the show 1,000 times, Democrats should be smarter on the women's athletics thing. 85% of Americans oppose men transitioning after puberty and competing against women. And I'm not just saying this the day after the election. I've been saying this for years. This is not a hard call. You can show compassion and you can show grace. And as the Republican governor of Utah,
how much did you do when you went streaming? Nothing. I got off.
Men who transition after puberty,
I got offline.
competing against young girls who have been working their entire lives to be as good as they can be, and then they get destroyed in the pool, on the track, etc.
You can imagine how well this monologue went over among the various LGBTQ alphabet activist groups and publications. The Advocate, for example, wrote an entire article attacking Scarborough for this. They stated that, quote, if you voted for Donald Trump and against Kamala Harris because you had something against the trans community, you were beyond an outlier. You were not even a blip on the radar. So why are people like Joe and Mika callously targeting the trans community for Harris's loss? Why are they doing it so brazenly? Instead of discussing the real reasons why Harris lost to Trump, they trash innocent human beings, the most vulnerable in society. So again,
Yeah, I didn't do anything. But I definitely do too much yesterday, so I'm gonna throw away most of the stuff.
By the way, I mean, they say that now as a cope, but these are the same. The Advocate is an LGBT news public. This is all they talk about. Like literally, these issues are the only thing. Their whole publication is dedicated to it, and here they are saying it's a fringe issue. So you're admitting that you're fringe?
Ow.
No, they don't think it's fringe. They don't want it to be fringe. They have made sure that it's not fringe. They are the ones, left-wing activists and these kinds of... They have taken these issues and put them in the center of the culture. Now they say that voters who are tired of the trans nonsense are a blip on the radar. The truth is, as this blueprint poll demonstrates, it's not a blip. Americans don't want to affirm lies anymore. They are tired of having their culture held hostage by these people. Doesn't matter how much you try to berate these voters for, quote, trashing innocent human beings or whatever. Something is either true or it's not. Affirming the truth is not trashing anyone. It's the bare minimum necessary to ensure that society can continue to function. But on CNN, they still haven't come around to this realization. Instead, they just hosted a live on-air struggle session after a guest pointed out that Americans don't like the idea of boys competing in women's sports. Watch.
I think there are a lot of families out there who don't believe boys should play girls' sports.
They're not boys. I'm not going to listen to transphobia at this table. I am not going to listen to you call a trans girl a boy.
Are you going to allow me to finish my explanation?
When you use a word that's a slur, I'm going to interrupt. That's not how it is.
Jay,
They're not boys. They're not boys. They're not playing girls softball. I'm not going to sit there and
Let's reset
listen
for
to
a
that.
second because, look, this is a really heated issue, right? And Sharmichael, I know you. I know that you understand that people have different views on this. I think out of respect for Jay, like, let's try to talk about this in a way that is respectful.
Okay, so let me rephrase this since I'm being targeted here.
I don't. No, it's okay. You are not being.
But I am. But it's okay.
I'm specifically
But it's okay.
saying that I know that you are not intending to be transphobic.
He should know that I'm not.
But
He wants to
I
sit
want
here
you
and
calling you
bloviate
transphobic.
But I
I'm
want
saying
you
you're
to.
using a
I
phrase
want to
that
give
you
you an
know.
opportunity.
So the way regular people interpret it,
That's not
which is why
regular
those
people.
ads were
That's not
effective.
regular people. There's no consensus. These are actually boys. This whole thing about trans girls is a canard. If we're talking about a tiny, tiny sliver of the population.
So those people, the guy, the trans guy, the white guy, Jay Michelson.
I fucking hate people like that, man.
Michael, forget the other guy's name. Michael Singleton. They both sound like made-up names, don't they? They sound like
Michael Singleton.
ID when you're 17 years old. But anyway, Jay Michelson, you know, that
Jay Michelson Singleton.
this is the guy. Like,
fucking hilarious.
this guy, if you're a Democrat and you're wondering who to blame, him. And not just him, but like him and his people and everything they represent. Okay, your party allowed itself to be taken hostage by those people, like, you know, sometime 10 to 15 years ago. You had a chance 10 to 15 years ago, right, when the LGBT extremists and the trans extremists came along and said, everything's about us now. You have to surrender reality to us. You have to pretend you don't understand basic reality that you've always actually understood and that all humans have understood since the beginning of time. You have to surrender all of that to us because it makes us feel bad. When those people came along and said that 10, 15 years ago, you had a chance to say, no. Okay? No, we got other things we're doing over here, and we're not going to surrender it all to you. Who the hell are you? Oh, sorry, I'm not going to tolerate having someone call a boy a boy. I don't give a what you tolerate. I don't care how you feel. What do I care?
Nothing.
You can
Exactly.
feel
We
it.
don't care.
Go
I don't
cry in
fucking
a corner.
care.
Go cry in a corner. Go ahead.
Go
doesn't
fucking do
matter.
it, yeah.
I'll laugh at you. I'll laugh at your tears. That's what I'll do. You had the chance, if you're a Democrat, to say that 10 to 15 years ago. If you had done that, who knows what world you're living in now? Who knows? But you didn't. You let that guy take over, and he's holding all of you hostage.
I was just gonna say
He
that.
is the reason. Him and everything he represents is the reason why your party is in shambles right now.
Fucking
And
yeah,
you deserve
basically.
it. You deserve all of it.
100%. 100%.
This guy who now says it's a slur to refer to a boy as a boy. A slur. It's a slur to say of a boy, he's a boy. If a 12-year-old boy says he feels like a girl, you don't, you know, this is, you don't get to substitute your bigoted opinions for the well-informed judgment of a preteen, is what he says. Who do you think you are? All you can do is just nod your head and ask a doctor to pump his body full of sterilizing hormones. This is
So
the position
fucked
of
up, man.
CNN, really. It's also the position of not just Jay Michelson, but also
I don't know
the woman
why they're
hosting
letting
the
kids
show.
do this, man. It's so fucked.
But it's the position of a vanishingly small amount of the electorate. Now that clip goes on for a while, by the way. The first guy says something that's obviously true.
The iron's
That
easier to
boys are
get.
competing in women's sports.
You can just make an iron
Should-
farm. So the duping the iron
it's
isn't really like a
relentlessly
problem to
helpful.
me. The ancient
Those who
debris
told us
definitely
the
needs to
American
go.
Medical Association says that children can change their gender, so therefore
There's nothing I can
you have
do
to
except
know
make it
something.
despawn.
You have to accept their judgment.
Because you
or
can't
else you'll
burn
be
ancient
banned
debris,
from
and you can't
CNN,
burn it in a
just like
shulker box,
Blastus
apparently.
tried to speak his
Shulker
mind
box
on the
just
same
breaks.
panel. This is the divide that Democrats are experiencing right now as a party. This is the choice they have. They can either choose to acknowledge reality or they can double down on this, on these absurdities and falsehoods. And if they go with the absurdities and falsehoods, then they're going to keep haranguing Americans, calling for censorship and screaming at an audience that rapidly is becoming non-existent. Whatever they decide, it's now clear that voters have made up their minds. On Tuesday, swing voters decided that affirming reality is the single most important issue in this country. Nothing is more important than the truth. Nothing can be. This is the political victory that we've been seeking from the moment we began fighting the deranged excesses of gender ideology several years ago, and now it's here. But as long as the left keeps pushing it, the fight will continue. Now let's get to our 5 headlines. Let me tell you about a looming threat to our constitutional
These are
republic
they
that
should
mainstream
despawn
media
over
won't.
here.
The radical left is plotting a Supreme Court coup, and they're not even trying to hide it anymore, folks. These progressive ideologues want to eliminate the court's conservative majority by packing it with their own hand-picked justices. It's not court reform, it's a blatant power grab to get the outcomes they want. You know, we've already seen their playbook. Made-up ethical attacks on justices, illegal protests at their homes, and open threats from so-called representatives. It's Venezuela-style court packing, which would spell the end of judicial independence and the rule of law as we know it. But hey, who needs checks and balances when you can have a rubber stamp for your radical agenda? But there's hope. First Liberty is leading the charge to protect the Supreme Court from this radical plan. They're fighting to preserve the legitimacy of the court and the separation of powers that safeguards our freedoms. Here's what you need to do. Go to supremecoup.com/Walsh. That's supremecoup.com/Walsh to learn how you can help stop the left's takeover of the Supreme Court. The future of our country is quite literally in your hands. Go to supremecoup.com.
I need to watch this. I'll listen to it, same thing.
But I want to jump into this Jubilee video.
Oh yeah.
Bro, what was this? How did
I
you?
think it was really pretty. Holy shit.
Well, a couple things. First of all, I'm glad I did it.
Yeah, dude, that was fun to watch.
Yeah, jeez. It was difficult because, first of all, Mikey will tell you that thing was 85 degrees. Okay. And
Oh, really?
That did not come across. I'm telling that thing was they hotboxed us in there. Okay. No,
Look at this shit.
I'm
Look at this stuff, guys.
I am sweating through. I mean, so I think they wanted it hot to try to increase the tensions of the room.
Totally.
Number 2, and I have no hard feelings against Jubilee. They were great and honest brokers and actors, except for one thing. They say that it was 25 college kids. Half of them were college kids. Half of them were like professional TikTok debaters. Again, I'll debate anybody.
Parker kid.
Yeah, and then also Dean and some of these other people. I have no issues with any of it. I'll debate anybody anytime. Great.
But they set you up.
Well, they sort of did. Like when you think of a college kid, you think of like some meandering kid after an econ class. I don't care. Again, I'll debate anybody anytime. But it's also like, okay, this kid has 1 million TikTok followers and he's getting his master's degree in economics. Like, okay, that's a little bit different. Again, no issue. I thought it went very, very well. I thought they were hyper emotional, trying to constantly try to change the topic. I don't quite understand the red flag thing. It was very bizarre when they were all just trying to raise, raise the red
Anytime
flags.
it got somewhere good, then because they didn't like that you were making a point, then they would put the flags up.
Yeah, I mean, it's gone.
Have you talked to Parker since?
No.
I haven't met this man. I've never heard of this man. But when I saw him debating, a part of me was like, I love the way this guy debates. I could see why people would understand why they're listening.
I disagree. I thought it was I think I'm with you.
No, hold on. I'm not even finished. I think
it's very disingenuous.
No, I think that if he has a passion of debating, but I think he's still young. I think his passion's there, and I think he could be fighting for the right thing.
He's very smart.
I think he's how old is he? He's young.
Yeah, he's like 20, 21.
Yeah, he's young. I think that if he really because you got to remember, even Candace Owens was on the wrong side of the fence. But then once she developed her skills of how to speak to people, when she came to our side, she's a great representation of what we need.
That's a fair point.
I want to see this kid learn and develop. I think what happens, this is my perspective. I don't know who this kid is, but I think he's getting a lot of people encouraging the way that he's behaving. So he's like speaking above you and talking fast and not letting you speak. And I think once he learns that, like, hey, you should listen to the person that's talking to you, he might be able to adjust what those people are saying. And then he can come and argue for us.
Sure. I mean, look, we were trying to debate about college, and he comes in and he's trying to ask me about like epistemological questions of God.
Yeah.
And I was like, can we stay focused? And then he would like berate and mock me for not wanting to debate this very like unrelated topic that he wants to debate. And so that is by definition a disingenuous debater. I will say one thing: the kid Dean, there's a big internet thing about him. They're trying to cancel him because he said the N-word when he was a kid. I actually want to come to his defense. I haven't said this publicly. Again, I thought he was actually a really sweet kid when I met him. I think it's totally wrong. I don't care if you say the N-word when you're 14, 15, 16 years old. It's called being a kid. You do stupid, dumb stuff. And so there are a lot of people trying to cancel Dean. I think it's totally wrong. And like liberals trying to cancel him and conservatives. So I just want to put that in there. I think we have to be very principled about it. And like, you know, he's getting all these people that are trying to disassociate. Very smart kid. I actually think Dean is more likely to one day become more conservative because he's intellectually honest. Again, the Parker thing was just so ridiculous at times. Again, just so understand, anyone that is not like a far left-wing zealot will text me about it and be like, this kid is like deranged. I mean,
nah, he definitely had some type of. It felt like, and I'm not trying to say anything disrespectful. It seemed like he was on some type of drug, but he was like speaking really quick.
You know when you're nervous and you're trying to get your point across, and so you're like, you have to say it all, and it was just so exhausting.
No, again, I understand. I want you to understand the context. 85 degrees. I have to defeat every one of them, so they're all fresh. Okay. So I want you to understand the equivalent. It would be like I have to beat 25 people in one-on-one basketball.
Yeah.
And I don't get a break. Okay. And again, I'm sweating through this suit. It's as hot as the Caribbean. Okay. And
well, and it's difficult because you're sitting across, I think, like, and certainly from college students, you know, you're more emotional, and if something bothers you, you know, you kind of like to.
And they're also like heckling me. And by the way, you couldn't hear the audio. They're like chanting at me and like, "Come on, white boy, come on!" Like, who's talking to me right now?
Just FYI, everybody here's white. Like,
well, there was some not white people, but yeah, then these other people are like chirping at me, being like, "You're lucky we didn't bring up January 6th," and so I'm like chirping back here, and this girl is wishing my daughter gets raped, and like, no, you didn't. No, that's a real thing.
I just watch clips, dude. I can't handle
no,
a
it's
whole hour.
I like the one point where somebody else was talking and you put them in check and you're like, but you be faster next time if you want to talk. Because you know, because they were talking when they weren't their time. It was so good.
Yeah, okay,
but
so,
I also.
Oh, sorry, go ahead. Well, it actually does add to this. How do you feel when people say that you only come after college students?
Well, it's not true. I've debated professors, PhDs. That's number one. I'll debate anybody at any time. You can go look at my debates. Literally, I have like 10 or 12 debates against people that are literal PhDs. I didn't go to college. That's number one. Number two, if it's 1 on 25, don't you think it's a little bit more fair? I mean, again, number three though. But hold on, I just want to understand. Implied, and that's not your question. I understand. But I want to embedded in the question is this idea that like college kids don't vote or don't have rights. Aren't the most important people to talk to are the stakeholders of the next generation?
Yeah.
These are kids that could serve in our military and vote. Let's stop talking down to these kids and start talking to them and hearing them. And again, my college campus tours have evolved over the years. I'm not here to punk you or make you look bad. I'm literally trying to teach. And I think if I'm teaching, how is it any different than what a professor does on campus with these kids? And so it's like a silly thing. They'll say, oh, Charlie only debates college kids. Like, okay, literally, I've sat down with Ben Burgess, for example, who's a PhD professor from Georgia, and we debated socialism over 2 hours. I'll debate anybody, anytime, any place, politician, current, former, old, young, you name it. And it just so happens in that one, they were like, yeah, 1 against 25. I was like, okay, you know.
First of all, that's seriously sick that you could even have the confidence to do that. But through that whole situation between you and Parker, I know it's a little irritating, and I know we're all here laughing, but there's a lot of children that are on his side of the fence that watch the way he reacted. This doesn't seem like he's very confident in what he's saying. He's being very, what is it, gaslighting? This is what these kids are saying? Like,
yeah.
They're
he would
gaslighting.
answer his question. You didn't answer my question.
Yeah, so as much as we could understand that that's foolish, but I think a lot of people did learn from it. I think it opened up a lot of people's eyes. Would you ever be open to sitting down with him again and speaking?
Parker, I mean, that's maybe, yeah, I mean, he'd have to clean up his act. Dean, for sure, and I actually have a heart for Dean in a way, not in a romantic way, obviously, but like, I have a heart for that kid. Like, I actually, well, I mean, because society is so sick, right? But no, I think he's on a journey of intellectual discovery, and I feel bad for him that he's getting rolled all over the internet because of something he said when he was 16. I think that's super unfair. Because you think about it, like, this is something he said when he was 16 in private DMs. He goes viral on this video because of me and the other video, and next thing you know, his entire history gets like he didn't ask for that. So I think that's super unfair. Yeah, I mean, I'll talk to anybody. I will talk to anybody, any place, as long as they don't exist to troll and they're doing it in good faith. If you have good faith, I'll talk to anytime. Parker's right on the edge of good faith, though. It's not a good faith action at times.
But you got to remember, he's young, dude. He might be influenced by his people.
Fair enough. Then he has to act older and mature.
Yes.
To warrant another sit down. Right.
I think, and this might be shooting my shot out there. I would love to have both you guys on the show sitting down, and not that I'm a mediator, because people would know that I agree a lot more with your ideas. But I think that if you guys had a place in a setting where it wasn't timed, and you didn't have people saying that your daughter was getting raped, like I think it would be a little bit more of like, let me actually understand your point of view. But that sit down where it's like crossfire and it's points, and let me take out the guy who takes everybody out. It looked to me more like a royal like battle than it did. Like,
well, yeah, and I'm like trying to fend off the. I mean, as soon as I have a good attack, boom, another one comes, and boom, another one comes. It was a very unusual format.
Hi, Ben. Thanks for doing the tomahawk chop. Very epic. Thank you.
You bet. You know, when people say that that's like a racist thing, I have to say, if people just went to a stadium and started cheering for the Jews, you know how happy I would be?
So my question is very quick. What is your favorite argument for God's existence and why?
Okay, so my favorite argument for God's existence is that I believe in free will. Okay, the reason that I think this is an argument for God's existence is because if you believe that human beings are essentially just balls of meat wandering around aimlessly in the universe, the kind of Spinoza stone that thinks that it was moving of its own accord but actually was thrown. If you
I was just wondering when those would
then there's an internal
despawn, and they just did.
You have the ability to make independent choices, that you can actually supersede your own biological drives and the environment around you to any extent, even to the smallest extent. This means that you believe in something that can't actually be proven by science, but that you are living every single day. And the notion that you have that will, and not only that you have that will, but that will is capable of comprehending the universe around you, that your will is sort of, your ideas, your ability to comprehend the universe is a reflection of a reality, of an objective truth that is out there, that says to me that there is a God, there's a common source that stands behind that objective truth and stands behind the mind that can comprehend that truth, right? Sort of a Kantian argument for the existence of God.
Why do you believe you're right about trans people given the American Psychological Association, American Medical Association, American Psychoanalytic Association, I can go on for about 5 more associations that are very prominent and govern the existing like health government or health industries within like the major Western countries. And all of these associations have multiple thousands of doctors, sociologists, psychologists, and with PhDs in their respective fields backing the idea that sex and gender are different, effectively gaining the medical consensus for sex and gender being 2 different concepts, yet you have a different opinion.
Yes, you're a real G for staying.
Sex and gender are 2 different concepts, but gender is tied to biology. So one of the big problems that you see in sort of the argument in favor of trans rights is this notion that gender and sex are completely separable. They're not completely separable. If they are completely separable, then this means that identifying people by their subjective gender really has no relevance as to whether they are a male or a female. Male and female are biological terms. So using terminology like male and female to describe a self-perception of maleness or femaleness is sort of a bizarre way of arguing whether a thing is a man or a woman. So here's my question. It's an argument that my friend Matt Walsh likes to make. What is a woman? Define what a woman is without reference to the word woman, please.
So this is actually a logical fallacy called a red herring. You're asking me a question in order to actually challenge my question without actually
No, it isn't. I'm saying that it really is not. I'm saying that biology, I'm agreeing with you that the notion of gender, which is effeminateness or masculinity, can be different from biology in the sense that biology is just pure male or pure female. But to suggest that there is such a thing as an effeminate male is not to suggest that an effeminate male is now a woman. Transgenderism makes the argument that if you believe that you are a woman, you are therefore a woman. Or if you believe that you are a man, you are therefore a man. I disagree with this. There are objective measures as to whether you're a man or a woman. There are objective measures as to whether you're male or female. There's certainly a spectrum when with regard to effeminateness versus masculinity. That's certainly true. But that does not change the underlying sexual dichotomy that is the basis for all human reproduction. Yeah, you can answer.
Right. So this dichotomy is a false dichotomy that isn't supported by any of the medical associations that I just named
Then
off.
let me
None
explain.
of the medical associations that I just named off would actually support the idea that gender is biological. This is something that's completely untrue within every single medical consensus.
Well, then I will just say that anyone who suggests that gender has no reference whatsoever to biology, it's not connected in any way to biology, is just full of shit. Because if the and the reason I and the reason that I say
then you actually just disagree with medical consensus within the Western nation.
Yes, I disagree with the false medical consensus driven by politically driven quote-unquote doctors. If any doctor denies to me that there is a dichotomy between male and female, a sexual dichotomy between male and female, they are ignorant and they are letting their politics get in the way of their science. Anybody who suggests to you that there is such a thing, for example, as a pregnant male is not a doctor, they are an activist.
I'm very glad that none of these opinions are actually accepted in academia and haven't been for over 70 years. Sent this here on Twitter.
Okay, so the notion that they haven't been accepted for over 70 years is a bizarre one, considering they were accepted until about 5 minutes ago. And the basic idea that male and female do not exist runs counter to all mammalian biology, all of it, not just human. Are we to suggest that gender and sex are different in walruses? How does this work exactly? Are they different in bears? Anytime you have all mammalian reproduction is rooted in the idea that there's a sexual dichotomy between male and female. To obscure that with all sorts of semantic word games about how you feel subjectively has no bearing on whether male and female are categories that exist. And if you're trying to define male and female with reference to any subjective category that cannot be identified by any metric whatsoever other than how you feel today, I challenge whether that is scientific or whether that is merely a self-perception that is being guided by a political agenda. I'm sorry, I could spend more time on this, but we have to get to the next question. I appreciate it.
Hey, Ben Chabibo, good to see you. Hey, everybody here, good to see you guys too. I'm glad to be here. I got in on the stand-in line, so I'm really happy to be here. Do you know about the bill that Republicans are trying to pass to stop critical race theory being taught in college?
I'm aware that there is a bill. I haven't read the text of it, but go ahead.
Okay, so in Florida, I think it's going to go... so it's going to be decided, I guess. We're going to talk about it in, December.
Yeah, in the new legislative session, correct? Yeah.
Yes.
Go ahead.
So, as a Republican, being pro-free speech, do you have anything to say against this? We're really simply just outlawing certain words to be used in public spheres, such as education. I feel like more Republicans should kind of see this as concerning. You know, you guys always quote 1984, whatever. This is like an Orwellian move, isn't it?
So it depends on what level of education we're talking about. If we're talking about the idea that critical race theory can be taught as one of many theories on college campuses, I have no problem with it. Marxism is taught as one of many theories on college campuses. If the idea is that we're going to be teaching critical race theory, which is not taught as one of many theories, it's taught as a framework for understanding the world, and it is a lens through which we are to view history. This is something that the founders of critical race theory openly acknowledge. They suggest that critical race theory has a praxis component, meaning it's a practice component that is designed in order to indoctrinate kids in a particular type of thinking about how America's institutions work. Do I think that the taxpayers of the state of Florida have an obligation to subsidize the indoctrination of their children in that? No. And I think that public education, as an institution, is dedicated not merely to the idea that you send your kids to school and then the teachers dump whatever they want on your kids. I think the idea is that the parents delegate their power to educate their children to the state via the public schools, and then they have the authority and should have the authority to determine what framework is being taught. And the anti-American framework of critical race theory, which is unrooted in actual history, ought not be taught in America's public schools.
Critical race theory is literally a footnote in my sociology class, and it's a framework if you want to take it in as a framework.
Listen, I learned critical race theory when I was at Harvard Law School too, right? I mean,
whenever you talk about critical race theory, you say the right things, you know what you're talking about, but because you're a Republican, it's the talking point to go against.
No,
I'm a pro-free speech American, so this deeply concerns me when there are exact words that are being restricted in the public sphere.
Well, that's why
you
I
guys
just distinguish.
opened up by saying marketplace of ideas.
So
I'm a big marketplace.
Right. So
of ideas.
I would distinguish between marketplace of ideas in the college realm and when presumably people are old enough to actually understand what they're talking about, have open and interesting debates about these topics, and when you're talking about 11-year-olds or 10-year-olds, or when you're talking about reading Ibram X. Kendi, which is a really dumbed-down version of critical race theory for 5-year-olds.
Colleges, not for 11-year-olds.
Well, then
this is for colleges.
I'd be happy to look at the text of the bill and determine what I think about the bill. I do think that public schools, I'm not sure that public schools have an obligation to teach as practical critical race theory. Again, I think there are different ways that it's taught. So if we're talking about just in your sociology class, it's one of many theories about American history, and now we're going to talk about how it applies, I don't really have a problem with that being taught. If we're talking about critical race theory being taught as a framework to view America's institutions to the exclusion of other frameworks, I do have a problem with that. Thank you.
Sorry. Hello. So earlier on in your lecture, you were saying that due process past the 14th Amendment has been equally distributed to all groups across America.
No. I didn't say that in practice it has. I said the concept of due process is dedicated to the proposition that people should be treated as individuals. Obviously, segregation and racism and criminal justice up until the Civil Rights Act would suggest that on a practical level it was not equally distributed, obviously.
Okay, so in idea, but in practice, you agree that it was not equally distributed to all groups across America?
Sure.
Okay, so then how is that in opposition to critical race theory that teaches that these institutions have been used to prosecute certain groups differently than others have been prosecuted?
Because that's not what critical race theory teaches. What critical race theory teaches is that supposedly colorblind institutions like due process of law are cover for racism as an institution. Due process of law is a problem because it is not because it is a good concept badly applied or improperly applied. It's because it is in and of itself a discriminatory concept. Right? This is what they say about capitalism also. Right? Free market economies are inherently discriminatory. They are covers for institutions of power. That's the critique. The critique is that due process of law, in and of itself, the idea of treating people individually ignores key components about human beings, namely how they are seen racially by other human beings, and thus due process of law is not enough to guarantee that people are treated equally or can be treated equally. I disagree. I think due process of law is an excellent guarantee, and straying away from that guarantee has been the problem with regard to due process of law, not the actual guarantee itself.
Okay. Sorry, my voice is a bit gone. So then would you agree not banning critical race theory in public in the theory that they are covers, but would you be a proponent of having the education that these institutions have been used to attack other minority groups across America, and that it has had historic scars that are still we still see today?
So I wouldn't say that the institutions have been used to abuse I wouldn't say due process of law has been used to abuse minorities. I would say that people have refused to implement due process of law because they wanted to abuse minorities, of course. And of course you'd have to teach about that. I mean, that's the entire history of segregation and the subjugation of black Americans up to the Civil Rights Act, for sure. Of course. And this is why it's such a lie when people say that if you don't want to teach critical race theory, you don't want to teach history. I'm fine with teaching every ugly part of American history. What I'm not fine with is the idea that the foundational ideas of the United States of America, the notion that we are created equal before God with certain inalienable rights, and that government was instituted in order to protect these rights, I disagree with the fundamental idea that these were a cover for power designed in order to subjugate black Americans. I think that's a lie, and I think it's deleterious to teach that to kids.
Okay, so I don't want to misinterpret your position, but it's your belief, tell me if I'm right or wrong about this, okay? It's your belief that America is fundamentally a skillsocracy, as you call it, as opposed to a meritocracy, correct?
Yes.
then how?
Because I don't connect moral merit with intellect. People are born.
Yeah, okay, I get that. Nice. That's good. My question is, how do you explain the fact that the vast majority of American inequality is caused by the people who you know, the neighborhoods you grew up in, the amount of wealth your parents have, and thousands and thousands and thousands of other, whether you believe that race is involved or not, but thousands of other non-skill-based factors that are integral to moving ahead in the American system?
So I don't think that that's true primarily. What I think is that all of those things have an impact on the skills that manifest in the marketplace. No question. But what the market measures is at the point of the skills. It's not measured. If there's a skilled person who's coming from an impoverished background where there's a lot of single motherhood and crime, for example, and that person has high skills, that person is going to do fine. Okay, but the problem is that all of those things can contribute to a lack of skills. Right? This is part of my argument, and the only way to actually alleviate that problem is to change the cultural milieu that makes it very difficult for people to achieve a certain level of skills in particular communities. Single motherhood makes it very difficult, for example, for kids to grow up in an environment where they have a solid family home, where they're studying a lot at home, where education is of primary value as opposed to just getting through the day crime-free, for example, and without being victimized by neighbors. High crime areas, right? All of these things are things that we can alleviate, and I think that we should alleviate them. These are real problems to people fully developing their skills. The point that I'm making is that the system of economics is not punishing people for their upbringing, it's punishing them for lack of skills, which may in fact be an effect of their upbringing. Right? But that does not mean that primarily the skillsocracy is punishing people for their environment or for their race. It is punishing them for the fact that when it comes time for them to go to the job market, they don't have the same skills as the person next to them. So the question becomes not, how do we get rid of the skillsocracy? The question becomes, how do we get rid of the obstacles to people who could be more skilled becoming more skilled? And that means creating cultural institutions that matter. It means creating communities. It means trying to ensure that people have a father and a mother in the home, trying to make sure that people can live in safe neighborhoods where there are thriving communities, where there are jobs available. Right? That would effectuate a better opportunity set to enter the skillsocracy. But what I see is people attacking the distribution of reward at the skills level as opposed to attacking the underlying problem, which creates a lot of the inequalities you're talking about.
Yeah. I'd rather. Can I talk? Yeah. Oh no, you're fine. Yeah. So I was wondering, you believe that things like single motherhood, things like growing up in high crime areas, are inherently cultural, rather than to do with any institutions or any inequalities that are part of American society institutionally?
No, I think that history has a long tail. But I think that the only way that you fix that is by changing the incentive structure for individuals right now. So I think that you can blame the amount of crime in a particular community on a long history of disinvestments in that community 50, 60 years ago. I don't think it's going to change a damn thing. And I don't think pouring money into the community is necessarily the solution. I think if you're looking at high crime levels, I think the best solution is you need more cops on the ground to stop the crime. This is what's going to allow people to invest in the area and provide more jobs. And I think that trying to spend all of your time... The question is, are we trying to diagnose a problem that is solvable, or are we trying to just describe the history of the problem? If we want to describe the history of the problem, that's fine, but using that as a substitute for a practical solutions-based approach to problems is a political mistake. One is the study of historians, the other is the study of politicians and political actors that ought to actually be applied in real life.
So when you have a solution like affirmative action, or you have a solution like benefiting people from lower income communities, and I know obviously there's a difference between affirmative action on the racial level and affirmative action on the economic level, you think that government policy should have no role in alleviating those inequalities, even though government policy purportedly in the past, even though I would argue currently, created those inequalities in the first place?
I think that any time the government attempts to remedy past discrimination by the use of current discrimination, all they are doing is effectuating discrimination and undermining the skillsocracy that allows for positive externalities, yes.
Hi Ben, how are you?
Doing okay, how are you?
Great. How come you claim to be 5'9" even though you're like 5'5"?
I don't know, how tall are you? You're 5'9"?
I'm actually 5'9".
Okay, come over here, let's see. I'll be honest, I planted. I've been waiting years to do that.
Hi, how are you? My question is regarding two very high-profile court cases going on right now, the Ahmaud Arbery trials and the Kyle Rittenhouse trials. And my question is, what do you believe would be the outcome of these trials and why?
Okay, so I think that there's what will happen and what should happen. I'm not going to try and predict what will happen because you cannot predict what juries are going to do. What should happen, Rittenhouse should be acquitted. He clearly acted in self-defense. That doesn't mean that I would send my 17-year-old over to Kenosha, Wisconsin in order to protect property and provide medical aid to people, but it does mean that the shootings that he committed were in self-defense. The evidence is pretty much as clear as day on that one. And the prosecutor has no case and, frankly, is making a fool of himself. He looks like he got his law degree for turning in the tops of Cracker Jack boxes. In the Arbery case, the main question in the Arbery case is going to come down to, legally speaking, whether the McDaniels, who are the defendants in this particular case, whether they had the capacity under the citizens arrest law of Georgia to arrest Arbery. So there was some testimony last week that a couple of weeks before they went after Arbery, they went to this house that Arbery had been allegedly inside of, this construction site, and tools had been stolen from there and all this. They went there with a local cop, apparently, and the local cop was speaking to them about how there was somebody who looked exactly like Arbery who'd been inside stealing things. Right, and so what this does, it provides the predicate for the notion they have to that if they get a call that somebody is stealing things and that person matches Arbery's description, and the cop in the tape says it's possible he's stealing things, it could be a misdemeanor, it could be a felony. Once it's a felony, you can effectuate a citizen's arrest. So the question is going to be whether that citizen's arrest was lawful or not, the attempted citizen's arrest. Because once you get down to the end of it, right, the end of it where they're roadblocking him and they're trying to keep him from running away, and Arbery runs between the cars. Now you essentially have a case of almost mutual self-defense, right? It's actually really a terrible case in which Arbery sees these guys chasing him in trucks. Why is he going to pull over, right? And so he tries to run. He goes for the gun. They shoot him. So from their perspective, they're trying to give a citizen's arrest. They have to shoot him in self-defense. From his perspective, he's trying to run away, and they're blocking him and trying to falsely imprison him, and so he's acting in self-defense. So the only way to solve that legal conundrum is whether they were, in fact, under the belief that they were attempting to arrest him, a citizen's arrest, and they had good cause. Like, it has to be by the preponderance of the evidence, like 51%, 49% standard. If they had a 51 to 49% probability of the evidence that he was committing a felony and that they could arrest him, then they could be acquitted. So that's the legal issue. That's what it's going to come down to.
Considering that citizen's arrest is a widely outdated law, do you consider that it should be reformed? It's difficult to reform citizen's arrest because, again, there are just so many areas where the cops are not available. I mean, what I would like is to make it so that citizen's arrest is not something that anybody really wants to do because the cops are so available that you just call them, right? And by the way, this is what happens in low-crime, high-income areas, frankly. There are a lot of cops available. There's a lot of security. You don't see a lot of people running around trying to effectuate citizen's arrests in those areas. You typically have somebody calling a police officer. Sorry, one last question is, do you believe that Rittenhouse traveled to Kenosha with the intent of stirring trouble? Or
I think that by the available evidence, he went there with the intent of providing medical aid and brought the gun because he thought the trouble might break out or could break out. I don't think that he went there to shoot anybody, if that's the question. And I think the prosecution's case that he went there to shoot somebody is undermined by pretty much every single fact on the ground, including his own behavior there.
Hi Ben, how you doing?
Okay, how are you?
I'm good. So in our country, we have a lot of billionaires. We have a lot of companies that are worth billions of dollars.
Thank God. It's a great country.
Sure. So Tesla uses lithium mines in Africa where
What?
children are employed. They're paid
Yeah.
very little amounts of money. They're starving. Nike uses children in Asia where they're working with textiles and they are injured frequently. These are all dangerous conditions. All these companies, all these billionaire companies have these similar problems at the bottom ring. Do you think that that's exploitation? Do you think that exploitation is a problem? And do you think that your idea of free market capitalism has an answer for exploitation?
I love you.
So I think that every economic system has a problem of exploitation. He's not bound by certain rules of morality. Right? Socialism has a level of exploitation too, which you see in the Soviet Union, for example. You can treat workers as chattel, and you can treat them as trash, and you can force them into doing jobs they don't want or gulag them. So any system of economics that relies on
I was asleep, I ain't gonna
is a
lie,
form
shit.
of exploitation. I would say that the problem that you see with regard to China is not per se free markets. It's the fact that the Chinese government is willing to allow its own citizens to be used as child labor, and the fact that there is no governance structure in Africa at all to protect children. If what you're saying about Tesla is true, I'm going to assume that it is. I don't know enough about the issue. So assuming that that is the case, there's nothing in free market capitalism that prohibits people who are incapable of making decisions for themselves from being exploited. That's true, right? I mean, if you can find somebody who's, this is particularly true with child labor, children are not capable of consent. If children are incapable of consent, then free market conditions should not prevail, and there should be laws on the books that prevent companies from actually using that sorts of labor. We've had child labor laws in the United States for quite a while, and I agree with those. But that's not to suggest that any other economic system wouldn't be similarly prone to exactly the same kinds of problem, as long as you are saying that exploitation is simply a function of economic growth, or even economic distribution. Right? They're almost two separate issues. So one is an issue of morality. Immoral people can use any system in order to harm other people, and particularly children, and people who can't protect themselves. The case that socialism makes is that people who are fully capable of consent are also exploited, and that, I think, is a lie.
Well, do you think that? I apologize.
Oh, no worries.
I just tripped up, but yeah, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I mean, I think that the broader point that I'm making is that when it comes to, sorry, did you remember? Go ahead.
So would you be in favor of legislation here in the United States that prevents billionaire companies and multi-billion-dollar companies from using exploitation around the world?
Depending on what we are defining as exploitation, sure. I mean, if we're talking about like forcing small children to make Nike shoes, absolutely. Yes.
Child labor, yes.
Yes.
Well,
and by the way,
we're in agreement.
And by the way,
we're in agreement.
Yeah, and by the way, I would agree with a United States policy of tariffing any company abroad that also uses similar levels of labor, because the big problem is that the reason companies in the United States presumably do that sort of stuff is in order to compete with companies abroad that are using exactly that sort of labor. So punishing those companies abroad from doing that would also be a way of preventing them from entering American markets and undercutting companies that are now undergoing the higher labor cost of having to not use small children to make shoes. Yeah.
Hello. I just wanted to ask, so I wanted to bring up the fact that you talked about individuals and everything. I wanted to bring up a few examples, like, for example, like COVID and, like, say, like the 2008 financial collapse, even like the 1994 crime bill and things like that. Those have definitely effects on big groups, and especially like the black community and everything. Like after the 2008 financial collapse, not many people got, you know, I wouldn't say accused, but convicted. For example, not many people on Wall Street, the individuals who did profit a lot from those things. But millions of people were kicked out of their homes and everything. And you talk about like things like these being, or America being, you know, based on individuals and individuals wanting to achieve different things. But in reality, like people are affected by their societal factors, you know, their environment and everything. So I want to get your answer on that, like how these negative effects, you know, affect the majority of people. But the positive, the money, you know, the Wall Street things. Not many of the working class people in Tallahassee, for example, feel that. You know, not many people in Tallahassee felt the after COVID or during COVID. You know, the stock market jumps. The average employer just saw a bunch of just empty, you know, employment, you know, options and low wages and everything. Still the same old thing. So,
well, I mean, okay, so I think that the fundamental idea with regard to, it's almost two separate questions, and so I'm going to take them one at a time. The reason I'm separating the questions is because when it comes to corporate bailouts, for example, I'm sure you and I agree. I don't think that any of those corporations should have been bailed out. I think that if you engage in the moral hazard of running your own company, I don't see why I'm supposed to pay for that or you're supposed to pay for that. In a free market system, you're supposed to bear the consequences of the risks that you take. I think that's true across the board.
Why is this not working?
Whether you're a big rich guy on Wall Street,
It's not working.
Your company, or whether you're a guy who took out a loan that you couldn't afford on your house. If you take out too much, that is, as I am for saying, a you problem. If you take a risk and then you bear the consequence of that risk, that's no one's fault but your own. And anybody who comes in to bail you out from that particularly if you're talking about with like billions of dollars in order to prop up a particular lifestyle, that's a huge mistake, and it's a huge problem, and I totally agree with that.
And for example, with that, like, we in America, we do bail these people out. Our capitalist system does not.
That's not capitalism. That's cronyism.
It definitely, yeah. People say that, but
no, but it's true.
It's
no, but it's
we do bail these people out.
Right. I'm just saying that that's not capitalism. That's actually closer to corporatism, which is the government being in control of the economy, essentially. I mean, who's bailing them out? Are they bailing them out? The government is bailing them out.
Yeah, definitely the government. And for example, we don't get these similar bailouts for regular people. Like, for example, Joe Biden was
why would you?
Promoting just $2,000. We're fighting for scraps. I want to understand, like, where does that come from? Like, why are we so, willing to give?
Well, I mean, the United States does spend literally billions of dollars on social welfare programs. The notion the United States has no social safety net at all is not true. The United States spends per citizen tens of thousands of dollars on social welfare benefits, ranging from Medicaid to food stamps to unemployment insurance to a wide variety of programs. The notion that we're wildly out of line with Europe is just not borne out by the statistical facts, actually. It's kind of an American myth that we tell ourselves that we don't spend any money on this sort of stuff. It's not true. Since the beginning of the war on poverty, we spent something like $22 trillion on various social programs, and essentially people live underneath the poverty line.
Okay, and then last question. So we have this infrastructure bill going through, and you see people like Joe Manchin, arguing over, what is it, $5 billion in regards to it, or just a little price difference, for example. Over the past 20 years, we've been fighting wars in Afghanistan, and we spent trillions and billions of dollars. And you have these politicians saying that these infrastructure bills that will help us on our domestic front, these small price changes are going to have dramatic effects on, our future children. And that's why the Republican Party, they definitely, go for austerity in those, factors.
So the wars, to take an example, the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan were expensive. They cost grand total somewhere between $3 and $4 trillion last I checked. The United States spends about $4 trillion in budget every single year. We spent about $7 trillion last year. That's every year, right?
Yeah, I just want to know what that means for the future of our children. If we're willing to spend that much on war, like, what does that mean in regards to, these infrastructure bills, us fighting over these small amounts in comparison to war?
We're not really fighting over small amounts. These are very large amounts of money. The entire American budget 40 years ago was not nearly as much as one of these infrastructure bills. I mean, 20 years ago it wasn't. And you just go back and look at the budgeting. So we're spending unsustainable amounts of money on nearly everything in American life. To point out defense spending as opposed to what really constitutes the vast bulk of our budget, which is everything else. Defense spending as a percentage of the American budget is something like 20%, 25% of the American budget. I think it's even that high. That is not the chief driver of systemic spending problems in the United States. It's massive mandatory spending programs. I have to ask you a question. Were you the guy before who I saw a picture of holding the very creative flag of?
Yes, it was. Outside.
Yeah, dude. I gotta ask you, like, Lenin and Stalin? Really?
Yeah, definitely Lenin and Stalin. It's just the
Lenin
fact
and Stalin?
Stalin
really?
Definitely due to World War II. I mean,
we're talking about exploitation of people. I mean, Stalin. Like,
I mean, we do a lot of that in America too. I live in Tallahassee. There's a lot of exploitation. I used to work at a lot of places, and there's a lot of poor people.
Were you gulagged though?
We have prisons in America too.
Were you one of the like 30 million people murdered by Stalin? Like, really, if you're gonna go Marxist, please find a better Marxist to emulate than Lenin or Stalin, mass murderers.
The Soviet Union during World War II saved the world. I would say that.
If it had not been for Stalin, World War II never would have started, because it was the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact that allowed the Nazi Germans to believe that they could invade Eastern Europe.
This will be the last question that Mr. Shapiro takes for the evening.
That's a lot of pressure. That's a lot of pressure. My name's Andrew, and I was introduced to you by the Michael Knowles book, Reasons to Vote for Democrats. Your quote that said "thorough" at the top, and it was a blank book. I don't know if anyone's familiar with that book, my question is about it's like in the way that, like, the things that you're saying about certain things being done with hard work, things being done with intellect, as kind of like you know, a slippery slope to more right, like, you know, racist things or like white supremacist things. The question is like a FSU specific question about what your thoughts are about the difference between canceling someone for what they believe and accountability in a position where they should have accountability. Specifically Jack Denton, who is was an FSU, I believe, Senate person, but he was basically, he had, I should be more knowledgeable about this, but, and I really don't want to be the college student destroyed by Ben Shapiro. But the question is basically, he was an FSU student that had anti-BLM, anti-transgender
Wait, we need the
comments
slabs. And is that a fucking upside down
Facebook
stair?
group or something? If someone wants to correct me on that, they can. But agree with me. Gotcha. Different application.
Okay.
But the question is basically, what are your thoughts on that?
Why would you put it upside down the stair? Oh.
I mean, so my basic view of cancel culture, I won't comment on.
Why wouldn't you
case,
put it right
I don't know the
here?
facts of the case. But my general thoughts on cancel culture versus what they call accountability culture is you get to hold somebody accountable for a thing that they do in the space where they do it. What I mean by that is I speak on politics. If I say something bad about politics, you cannot listen to my show. You can say that I'm a bad man, and you can come after me, and you can tell people not to listen to me and all of that. If you go after my advertisers who are advertising on a wide variety of programs, then that is an attempt to cancel as opposed to an attempt to hold accountable, because the person that you're actually attempting to hold accountable is not me. You're attempting to go after advertisers who have had nothing to say about any of my advertisers, I assume, disagree with a lot of what I say. Right? Just because they advertise on the program does not mean that they approve of everything I say, any more than they agree with everything on MSNBC if they advertise on both of us. This holds true across, I would say, industries. So you'll see a plumber, and a plumber has some sort of bad thing on a Facebook page. And the idea is that you can no longer use this plumber because of what was on their Facebook page that they were talking about politics. That seems very silly to me. If you can unclog my toilet, I'll use you as the plumber. These two things have nothing whatsoever to do with each other. If it impacts your job performance, that's accountability culture. If it impacts not your job performance, it just impacts sort of your public perception, that seems a lot more like cancel culture to me.
As a member of student government, do you think that he should be held accountable to those beliefs?
I mean, it depends who's holding him accountable. In other words, was he? You'll have to tell me the story. Was he dumped by the school from his position in the student senate, or did people just not elect him in the future?
Yeah, it was a vote of no confidence from the student government.
I mean, I can say whether I disagree or agree with that, but I can also say that if a student government votes that they don't want somebody else in student government because of something that they've said politically, then I can think that they are being censorious. I'm not sure that counts as formal cancel culture in the sense that they're being canceled for something that is outside the purview of which they're normally speaking. But I can still think that the people who are doing it are jackasses. I don't know what he said. So both of those things can be true at once. Sometimes accountability culture, as it's called, can also be misused. It's not like a hard divide between accountability culture is good and cancel culture is universally bad. Right? I could probably think of hypothetical scenarios where that's not true.
What's in a name? Potentially a great deal. University of Toronto psychology professor Jordan Peterson has a fight on his hands after objecting to proposed legislation that he says would violate his freedom of speech by forcing him to address transgendered people using the pronouns of their choosing. Joining us now to better understand the issue and debate what's at stake, in Vancouver, British Columbia, Theron Meyer, transgender pundit and YouTuber. In the nation's capital, Kyle Kirkup, professor of law at the University of Ottawa. And here in studio, the aforementioned Jordan Peterson, professor of psychology, University of Toronto, Nicholas Matt, lecturer, transgender studies at U of T, and Mary Rogan, whose article entitled Growing Up Trans is featured in the October issue of the Walrus magazine. Good to have you three here, and our two...
How do you get polished to deep slate? So I can craft it with cobbled deep slate. Fuck, why do I keep doing that?
Friends and Points Beyond. We appreciate everybody being on the program for what is, I think, one of the hottest topics in the country today, Professor Peterson, and it's all because of you. And I think before we go any further with our conversation here, I want to give people a sense of how hot this has got, starting on the downtown campus of the University of Toronto. Sheldon, if you would, roll it.
Free speech are capable of making a lot of inarticulate noise. Free speech is the mechanism by which we keep our society functioning. And by doing this, you're imposing. Not cool.
I'm going to post this online that you would like people to be more accommodating of trans people and people of color at your events in future.
I would like
a person
to
of color.
don't
Listen,
violate.
I'm a person of color and I felt very accommodating. There have been multiple reported instances of trans people killing themselves because they are not being integrated into society.
If it wasn't for this law, and I asked you to refer to me with they them pronouns, would you?
Why do you have the authority to determine whether or not an individual is worthy of you using their pronouns? Like if I asked you to use they them pronouns, what?
It would depend on what I thought of your
Do you
motivation.
want us to jump through?
Those are my pronouns.
Okay, with indulgence of everybody else on the program, I'm going to start with Professor Peterson off the top here for a while because, as I suggested, you thought long and hard about this. You posted a few things up to YouTube because you had been thinking long and hard about it. 1.5 million hits later, Jordan, 1.5 million hits later, this has become a huge issue. So let's start there. Why did you post those views in the first place?
Well, there's proximate and distal reasons. The proximate reasons was because I received some correspondence from clients of mine who had been, I would say, persecuted in a variety of ways, politically correct. And he sent me some documentation about Bill C-16 and the associated policy statements on the Ontario Human Rights Commission, which I read and was not very happy about. And also because the University of Toronto decided to make anti-racism and anti-bias training, so-called anti-racism and anti-bias training, mandatory, which I regarded as an inappropriate incursion into the domain of political opinion by the university administration.
Have you taken that training yet?
No, and I don't have to yet. It's the HR department personnel that have to take it.
If they decide that you have to, will you?
No way. Not a chance.
Okay. And what's the other, you referred to persecution that friends or clients of yours had experienced, such as?
Well, there are lots of places now where the workplace has become, I would say, excessively politicized, and so people who have viewpoints, and this also includes, I would say, fairly radical leftist viewpoints, people don't feel comfortable at all in being able to use the language of their choice or to have even opinions about a variety of different things. And so, and I've had 3 clients who I would say have been, we'll say, harassed, I suppose is the right way of putting it.
On social media or otherwise?
No, at work, by people who don't like their political opinions, essentially.
And the opinions were what?
Well, I can't tell you too much about it actually because of issues, fundamental
All right.
issues of confidentiality.
Essentially, I guess what I'm asking is to lay the case out. What is it you find offensive about this legislation?
Well, fundamentally, there were two things that really bothered me, although there have been other things I've thought about since. One was that I was being asked, as everyone is, to use a certain set of words that I think are the constructions of people who have a political ideology that I don't believe in and that I also regard as dangerous.
What are those words?
Those are the made-up words that people now describe as gender neutral. And so, to me, they're an attempt to control language and in a direction that isn't happening organically. It's not happening naturally. People aren't picking up these words in the typical way that new words are picked up, but by force and by fiat. And I would say by force because there's legislative power behind it.
So
and I
just
don't
so I
like these made-up words, Z and Zer and that sort of thing.
Okay, what about, they're not all made up, quote-unquote made-up
Yeah.
words. For example, they is one of them.
Yeah,
to,
but
to speak to an individual
yes,
as they.
Right, but we can't dispense with the distinction between singular and plural. I mean, I know that the advocates of that particular approach say that they has been used forever as a singular, and that's actually not correct. It's used as a singular in very exceptional circumstances, like if your child wishes to bring a book to school, they're welcome to do so. But
that's just
they
grammatically incorrect.
Well, it is also, there's some debate about that because they is used like that sometimes, but it's never been used as a singular replacement for he or she. And so it's not a tenable solution, and that's the best of the solutions.
So we understand your views and where you're coming from. You decided to lay these views out in some YouTube discourses.
Yes.
You put them up. The response has been overwhelming. Did you
Yes.
anticipate that you would get this kind of feedback?
No, there was no way of anticipating this. And I think you mentioned in the intro, that this is a consequence of what I've done. And I don't think that's true. It's a consequence of the fact. I thought about it, and I think the right metaphor is that, there's a large forest, and it's been a hot, dry summer, or maybe a drought, and there's plenty of dead wood gathered, and I lit a spark. And you can't blame the forest fire on the spark. And, it's just not possible for someone to put up a YouTube video and cause this kind of brouhaha without all of the groundwork already being laid.
Fair enough. There is clearly there is out there an appetite against political correctness, which is what you have described as your YouTube video is called, Professor Against Political Correctness. But let's make sure we're all speaking the same language here. You would define that how? Political correctness.
Well, I think it's a particular kind of ideological game, and I think the outcome is twofold. It's to make the player feel morally superior, and also to take rather serious axe swings at the foundation of society. And so the game is identify a domain of human endeavor, note that there's a distribution of success. Some people are doing comparatively better, and some people are doing comparatively worse. Define those doing worse as victims. Define those doing better as perpetrators, identify with the victims, have yourself a set of enemies handy to vent your resentment on, feel good about it even though it didn't really require any work on your part, and then endlessly repeat. And that's why I've seen that happening on campuses in particular for the last 30 years.
In your YouTube talk, you describe those who oppose you on this issue as, quote, resentful and uninformed.
Yes.
Tell me why you think that's accurate.
Well, I worked for the NDP when I was a kid. From the time I was 14 to the time I was 18, I worked with Rachel Naughton's father and her mother and knew them very well. And I actually found them very admirable people, as well as the other people on the socialist end of the distribution who were genuinely working for the rights of working class people, coming out of that Saskatchewan tradition that established health care and pension and all of that. But I noted at the same time that the party functionaries, let's say, weren't that sort of person at all. They didn't really like the working class. They weren't standing up for them. And I couldn't quite put my finger on it until I read George Orwell's Road to Wigan Pier, which is a brilliant book, and which was written for the Left Book Club in the UK. And he was talking about the failures of socialism in the United Kingdom, and then discussed intellectual socialists of the type who didn't exactly like the poor. Okay. They just hated the rich.
Resentful and uninformed, though.
Yes, well, the resentful part is the willingness to pull down any structure that's hierarchical because of resentment about not being on the top. And uninformed is, well, it's the consistent attempt to force every political issue into the domain encompassed and viewed through this single lens.
Jordan, let's do one more question here, and then we'll get everybody else into the conversation. You know, of course, that since this story broke, you've been called a lot of things.
Yeah.
One of which is a transphobe.
Yeah.
Some people have accused you of using the free speech issue to mask what's really going on here, which is an attempt to deprive other people of what they believe are their legitimate rights.
Well,
and I want to give you the opportunity to speak to whether or not you are a transphobe.
Well, I can tell you that I've received more letters from transsexual people supporting me than opposing me. And I never said anything really about transsexual people, about their existence, although that was the first thing that I was accused of doing. I didn't say that transsexual people didn't exist. I said that gender identity, gender expression, and biological sex do not vary independently, which they don't. And so this issue is in some sense only peripherally about transsexual issues. It's more centrally about gender issues, and then on top of that, and I think it's the biggest issue, is that it's a free speech issue.
Okay, let us continue to explore all of those issues that you have just raised, and why don't we do this? Let's take a moment. We're going to explain a few basic things here. The issue of so-called non-traditional pronouns goes together with non-traditional gender identities. New York City, for example, recognizes 31 such gender expressions. In other words, besides man and woman, there are 29 other gender expressions. For example, pangender, queer gender, gender fluid, cross-dresser, bigender, gender blender, and the list goes on. And Nicholas, this is where I want to bring you into the discussion because you teach this. You teach trans studies. So if you would, give us a brief primer on so many gender identities that in your view require non-traditional pronouns.
Basically, it's not correct that there is such a thing as biological sex. And I'm a historian of medicine. I can unpack that for you at great length if you want, but in the interest of time, I won't. So that's a very popular misconception. So essentially, when in my transgender studies classes, what we're doing is looking at actual research and identifying ways that current social issues related to trans people or things that are associated with trans, such as free speech arguments and claims, how that connects to the way that people are thinking, the way that research has been framed, the histories.
Give us some of the other pronouns that one would hear, typically.
I don't focus on pronouns because pronouns are actually part of a cis-normative culture. So what we do is learn about...
I'm going to stop you right there.
Yes, I was just about to explain.
Good.
So we don't start from a cis-normative perspective because that can't actually go very far.
What does cis-normative mean?
So I'm going to start us there. Cis-normative is basically the very popular idea and assumption that most people probably have, and definitely that our structures convey, that there is such a thing as male and female, that they connect to being a girl or a boy or a man or a woman, and then sometimes that will also recognize intersex or trans people or transsexual people, as you mentioned, because that's sometimes also referred to as a gender binary. So anything that fits within a gender binary can work within cis-normativity.
Okay.
But cis-normativity is basically that everyone assumes that there is male and female, and so very little is actually looked at to understand what's actually the case. And scientists have been doing this for
because
at least over 50 years.
Your view would be it's much more complicated than that.
Right, it's not my view. I just know that for over 50 years, scientists have shown that that's not true, and yet our social systems haven't been able to find a way to address the level of complexity that people actually experience.
Can I step in, Steve?
Stand by for a second, because I want to let everybody else get in first,
And
then we'll get to him.
you either. So,
Mary, how prevalent is transgenderism in our world?
I don't think I can answer that question. I think that I would agree with Nicholas that there is some discrepancy on these numbers, and there is some variance on the numbers. I guess I'm curious as to why we need to put a number on this, because that's come up. I listened to Jordan's video, and that was something that was mentioned. You know, this is statistically, you know, there are so few intersex people as to be, it's insignificant.
Well, I think there's a reasonable curiosity as to whether or not we're talking about half the population or less than 1% of the population. That's all.
No, I understand that. I guess what I'm saying is it seems that there's a focus on that in terms of what we know now, and I think what Nicholas is trying to say, and I don't want to presume too much. I think that number is going to be something that evolves as we evolve and our language evolves, and we give people the room to come forward and express who they are.
Okay, let me, as part of that expression and evolution of this issue, the use of non-traditional pronouns. Where are you on that?
I think people should be able to say how they want to be addressed. I do believe that. In my own experience in writing the Walrus piece, I began at one place and ended at another. And I'll let everyone pay their $7 to find out how they can buy the magazine. But I think that for me, identifying as male at a very late stage in my life, I didn't have a lot of attachment to the pronoun she. You could have said giraffe. I had found a way at a very early age not to even hear that word. It meant nothing to me. So I didn't dive into the pronoun he.
So if I were going to refer to you, though, in the third person, you would want me to call you they?
Yes.
Okay, because that encapsulates what?
I think it reflects where I am right now. Because of my lived experience, 5 decades as being identified, certainly by the world as female, some of the time, not all of the time, my lived experience was largely female, and I personally am not sort of ready to jump in fully into having people call me he, but I'm certainly far enough along in terms of how I feel internally that I don't want to be called she.
Understood. Let's go to British Columbia. Theron, I want you to help us understand, for our viewers who don't know you and don't know your work, I would like you to describe yourself.
Well, I make political commentary mostly on YouTube, and I mostly focus on basically countering with my own personal perspectives, countering what I consider to be the kind of hegemony surrounding the political hegemony surrounding trans politics, and what I consider to be quite ridiculous opinions and demands coming from what has come to be known as kind of the political trans lobby.
I'm not as good at this issue as I should be, so I'm going to look to you to help me use the right words here to describe how you were born and what you see yourself as now. So is it accurate to say you're a trans woman?
Yes, I wish I lived in a world where that was just obvious and I don't have to explain that to people, but apparently I do. I mean, yes, I'm just a woman.
Is this to say you were born male but now are female?
Yes, I transitioned from male to female.
In which case, do I refer to you? I'm going to ask you the same question I asked Mary, which is, do I refer to you as her or she now?
Yes, you do.
I do. Okay. And how do you relate to the experiences that we have heard arise during this debate, where gender identities and pronouns are up for grabs, if you like?
I'm very skeptical of the ideology surrounding gender identity. I don't believe there are 29 plus gender identities or genders. I believe there's male and female, and then there's somewhere in between, and most people fall along that. And just people who are in between does not constitute a new gender. There are 2 genders, period. And that is biologically a sound argument to make, just because the argument that was made earlier in the show is that, or it wasn't an argument, but a claim that there is no such thing as biological sex. Well, that's simply not true. It is true that there are multiple characteristics and there are multiple factors that go into determining sex, and that sex is not an on-off switch, that there is a spectrum to it, just like with most things in nature. Most things aren't an on-off switch. Most things develop like on a spectrum. But for the most part, the vast majority of people fall either on the male side or on the female side. And yes, it's true that scientists, that doctors have, and researchers have been finding more and more factors that go into not only determining genetic sex, but determining the expression of those genes. So it's truly a fascinating, complex field of study, but that does not mean that there is no such thing as biological sex.
Okay.
When it comes to the issue of pronouns, would you like me to?
Yeah, briefly, if you would, because Kyle has been the most patient person in the world waiting for his chance to get in. So yes, you finish your statement, and then I'm going to get to Kyle.
Okay, my apologies. Well, firstly, I have a lot of sympathy for people who want to be referred to by their
I think there's
pronouns.
about one. Shit.
I know what it feels like to be misgendered and whatnot.
And then it starts
and most
going
people
up
are
by...
reasonable in the sense that they would be reasonable enough to accommodate trans people and their preferred pronouns. And I'm sure, I mean, I would hope that if I were a student of Dr. Peterson, that he would refer to me as she and wouldn't have a problem with that. But at the end of the day, you know, a personal pronoun preference still is a preference for what language other people use. And at the end of the day, I don't have ultimate control over what Dr. Peterson, what the language he chooses to use, or anybody else for that matters. That's up to them.
Okay, let me find out then. Let me find out. If she were a student of yours, what would you call her?
She.
You would. Okay. We've established that. Theron, stand by for a second now. I do want, thank you for your patience, Professor Kirkup, and I want to bring you in now because, as I suggested earlier, in New York City, they have identified 31 gender identities, and apparently the law down there suggests that if businesses don't accommodate an individual's chosen gender identity, there is the risk of a six-figure fine under the rules of the city's Commissioner of Human Rights. We have, in the province of Ontario, our own Ontario Human Rights Commission, and I wonder how similar our legislation is here on this issue compared to what they have in New York City.
So where I would start the discussion is to actually point that, you know, even though we're talking about adding gender identity and gender expression to the Canadian Human Rights Act and provisions of the Criminal Code, this is a long-standing practice in Canadian human rights jurisprudence. You can go back into the late 1990s, and the cases that we're seeing in the tribunals are not the kind of extreme examples of a number of different kinds of gender pronouns. What we're seeing is really more basic human rights questions. So questions like, are you required to undergo surgery in order to have an identity document that properly captures who you are as a person? Discrimination in policing contexts, discrimination in the workplace. And so I think the pronoun issue is really a red herring. When you look through the jurisprudence dating back to the 1990s, we're seeing much more fundamental questions, really basic human rights questions that are coming before the tribunals. And having reviewed the case law, I'm not seeing the kind of New York scenario that you're proposing at all.
Well, let me read some of the Ontario Human Rights Code to you, and then I'll get your feedback on that. Discrimination, the Human Rights Code says, happens when a person experiences negative treatment or impact, intentional or not, because of their gender identity or gender expression. It can be direct and obvious, or subtle and hidden, but harmful just the same. It can also happen on a bigger systemic level, such as organizational rules or policies that look neutral but end up excluding trans people. Organizations are liable for any discrimination and harassment that happens. They are also liable for not accommodating a trans person's needs unless it would cause undue hardship. And again, Kyle, I'll get you to follow up on that, in as much as if a trans person or somebody whose gender identity was more, shall we say, complicated than the male-female that we've been talking about so far, and the pronoun used to describe that person were not traditional, would the person have a case before the Human Rights Commission?
So we haven't seen cases on that at this point, but I would say absolutely as a rule of, as a general rule that you should be thinking about in terms of employment settings, absolutely respecting trans persons' pronoun choice is really fundamental. And I can also say that in lots of circumstances, a pronoun may not even be required. There are lots of creative ways to avoid using gendered pronouns at all. And so I think that, but when you actually look at the cases that are coming before tribunals, we're not seeing that to be really the primary issue. It's much more basic human rights questions, which is what the federal legislation here, Bill C-16, tries to accomplish.
All right, I think we've set the table now. You want to get in on this now, I can tell. You've heard what the professor has to say. What's your response?
Well, I don't understand what the claim that there's no such thing as biological sex means, and I certainly think it's, let's call it an error, to suggest that there's some sort of scientific consensus about that. I mean, there's biological differences between males and females in animals and human beings at every level of analysis. From them.
Okay, I'm jumping in here,
Yeah.
because what about the notion he put forward at the end there, that if you do not refer to people with the pronoun that they prefer to be referred to, that is a form, according to the Human Rights Commission, of discrimination.
It's not just a form of discrimination, it's a form of hate speech. That's why I made the video. I said that we were in danger of placing the refusal to use certain kinds of language into the same category as Holocaust denial, and suggested that maybe that wasn't such a good idea, especially since there's plenty of debate to be had about gender issues in our society, which I also think are also in danger of becoming illegal, and quite rapidly. So it isn't clear to me how long we'll be able to have the talk that we're having right now.
Here are
Can I jump in there? Can I jump in there on, please? I think it's a common misconception about Bill C-16 that it's somehow going to make pronoun use into hate speech. If you actually look at the provisions, we're talking about very minor amendments to the criminal code. For
They're
example,
not minor.
section,
They put it into the hate speech category. They're not minor at all. That's a misstatement.
On that point, I think
So
there's
don't
a
tell
lot
me
of
they're minor.
opportunity here.
That's not
There's
right.
a lot of opportunity.
So section.
Kyle,
Yeah, so section 318, pardon me, so section 318 sets out a series of identifiable groups. When we're talking about the clearest of cases, the cases of advocating genocide. And we have a series of groups that are already identified in the code, and all this does is add gender identity and gender expression to the categories that are already identified. And so I think we really have to add some reasonableness to this discussion, and actually clearly articulate what the provision does.
Well, let me be a little clear about what some of the problems, what you might be asking for if you want to do this. For example, and Sheldon, bottom of page 3 here, let's put this graphic up. Pronoun misuse may become actionable through the human rights tribunals and the courts, and the remedies, monetary damages, non-financial remedies, for example, ceasing the discriminatory practice or reinstatement to the job, and public interest remedies, for example, changing hiring practices or developing non-discriminatory policies and procedures. Jail time is not one of them. Jordan, you're not going to go to jail if you keep this up. You find that reassuring?
What if I don't pay the fine?
Then what?
Then what? And let's talk about the legalities for a minute. As you know, the University of Toronto sent me 2 warning letters, right? And the second one basically asked me to stop talking about this.
Who sent the letters?
The first, it's the administration, fundamentally, the higher up people in the administration. The last one was the Dean of the Faculty of Arts and Science. But, you know, it's coming from the top end of the university.
And the letter said essentially you must call people by the pronouns they want?
The letters basically said that, and this is paraphrasing obviously, that as I'm required to abide by the university policies and the Ontario Human Rights Code, and there's a strong implication in the letter by having this discussion that I wasn't doing so, and so they're asking me to stop. And I can tell you also why they're asking me to stop. Apart from that, the codes as written make the university just as liable for my speech as I am. So not only is there a reasonable possibility that what I'm doing is uttering hate speech now under our law, but the university is legally responsible for that. And so I think they consulted with their lawyers and decided that maybe the claim that I was making in my video was correct. So I don't regard that as trivial, and I think that the lawyer who's discussing this is downplaying the significance of it tremendously.
Could I speak to the campus climate about this, because I don't agree with why Dr. Peterson has been asked to stop abusing students on campus.
To stop doing what?
Abusing students.
I see.
And other members of our learning community who do deserve respect and who deserve to be able to work and learn and place where if they are physically assaulted, if they are
the assault so far came from the social justice warriors who are at the speech rally, and almost 2 million people have watched those so far.
This is not accurate.
Well, you can look at the videos yourself.
Because people have been making complaints about your behavior.
Yes, I understand that.
Yes.
Yep.
And so we're
Can I just
seeing
be
a
clear on
greater
something here,
opportunity for social justice happening
Nick,
that many people won't understand.
Nick, can I be clear on something? You've accused him of abusing students by not using the pronouns they want to be addressed by.
That's how I see it, absolutely.
That is tantamount to abuse in your view.
Absolutely. Many global documents, many
How about
organizations.
violence? Is it tantamount to violence?
Yes,
How about hate
absolutely.
speech? Is it tantamount to
Yes,
hate speech?
of course. It's hate speech
Fine,
to tell someone that you won't refer to them as in a way that that recognizes their humanity and dignity.
Mary, let me get you in on this at this point.
Sure.
You got something you want to say, or can I put a question to you?
Both. Go ahead.
Okay.
For the question.
You're a writer, Mary.
I am.
I know you care about free speech because you're a writer.
Yes.
Does Jordan Peterson have a little place in your heart because he's arguing free speech here?
I think the interesting thing about Jordan and how I feel about his video, and Jordan and I actually had an opportunity to talk at length before I wrote the Walrus article, and he sails really close to things that I think people can relate to. And I think that we all want to have, an open discourse. We want conversations to unfold. We want people to feel like if they have something to say, if they have a question, they can ask it, that they're not going to be censored. But he sails really close and then right past it, and that's where he and I part ways. Because what I don't really understand is when you listen to the video, he piles a lot of things into the basket of using the pronouns that people want. And it seems to me, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but one of his anxieties, and he talks about being fearful and anxious in his video, that somehow there's a cabal of trans activists who have so much power that they are going to basically, using the pronouns that people want and capitulating to these demands, sort of pulls out the Jenga, the critical Jenga piece of the Western canon, right? I mean, basically, Jordan is arguing that this is going to create chaos and anarchy, and that it's essentially a Marxist plot that is there to sow violence and there to sow confusion and topple any kind of hierarchy.
Can I just jump in there for a second? Is that an accurate characterization of your
I
view
listened
on
really
this?
closely to that tape.
Okay.
I think it is.
Is it, in your view, has she accurately characterized where you're coming from?
It's not a transsexual cabal by any stretch of the imagination. Is it a cabal of radical left-wingers? Yes, it's a cabal of radical left-wingers, and they've been active behind and in front of the scenes increasingly over the last 30 years. And my estimation is that departments like Women's Studies have trained between 300,000 and 3 million radical left-wing activists, and they're making...
And they're all underpaid, so don't worry.
Well, they could pick higher-paying occupations if they wanted higher-paying occupations, but...
Because sexism does not exist. Are you kidding me?
Let's not get off topic here, folks. Go ahead, Mary.
Directly on point.
Mary, come on back.
So I think Jordan has conceded that I think I've grasped his concern. At the very least, I've grasped the concern, and that there is a kind of chipping away at order as we come to know it. The other thing that Jordan and I have in common is a real interest in language, and the idea of what can happen when language changes, when it evolves. And I was thinking before I came here, I was thinking about, I grew up in the Bronx, and I was born in '61, so I remember very well when we went from Mrs. to Ms., and my father was appalled, and he kept saying Ms., and he thought that was funny, because if you couldn't actually identify somebody as either, particularly a female, as either married or single, then chaos, right?
The notion of characterizing a woman independent of her marital
That's
status
right,
was controversial at the
and
time.
apparently very, very confusing. And so I'm reminded of that when the suggestion is made that somehow if we have words that don't fit into something that we're very familiar with and that we've used to date, that chaos will ensue, that everyone will be confused. I don't believe that. There's no evidence of that historically.
I hear you, but there was no law obliging people to use the word
Actually,
Ms.
but there were laws to oblige people to change the way that we referred to black people, for example. There was a time when there were any number of words that we now can only say as letters. Can I say them on TVO? People were called darkies, niggers, coons.
What the fuck did...
Light company. And that evolved. Those things changed. When I was a teenager, people were still using those words.
So this is a natural evolution in your view?
This is a natural evolution, and chaos will not ensue.
It's a natural evolution, then we don't need hate speech law to enforce it.
But we do, because we can drive social change, and it doesn't all have to lead to chaos, is my point. And I think that You know, we have seen the flip side of Jordan's argument, I think, has in fact, we do have a historical record of
She
that.
just said the fucking
So
hard
it's up
R.
to others to
What the
name
hell?
People. We lost Indigenous names. I come from, my mother's from Ireland. She was sort of a generation that finally got to learn her own language again. She couldn't even speak Gaelic to her parents because they hadn't been allowed to speak it. So we know, we've seen the effect when people can't use their own language, when they can't use their own names.
Okay, let me get Jordan to respond to that. A natural evolution of things, Jordan. That's how it's being described.
Words are tools. Maybe that was one of the great philosophical discoveries of the 20th century. And that means, and people are always looking for new tools to operate in the world. And if you invent a good tool, like a new word, then people will pick it up just as fast as they possibly can. You really see that in English. But the words that are being required now are not good tools, and that's why people aren't using them. And so instead what we have is the use of force, despite the fact that that's being denied. Although we've already established that, at least in the opinion of one of the people on this panel, I'm already guilty of a hate crime, which is what I said I was guilty of when I made that video. Steve, the issue with the law is quite straightforward. The government is requiring us to use certain language. That's not the same as not using certain language. And it's a line, and this is the fundamental issue. This is maybe the fundamental issue. That's a line we should not cross. We should not allow the government to decide which words we're allowed to use. It's a mistake, and it's a mistake that strikes right at the heart of free speech. And the thing about free speech is that it's not the right to criticize your leaders, which is what people usually characterize it as. Is freedom of speech is freedom to engage in the processes that we use to formulate the problems in our society, to generate solutions to them and reach a consensus. It's actually a mechanism. It's not just another value. And you should put constraints on free speech with the most extreme caution because you interfere with people's ability to think and communicate.
Let me get Theron to weigh in. Theron, you've been hearing the debate here in the studio. Why don't you weigh in and pick it up?
Well, I guess I'm in the same boat as Dr. Peterson when it comes to being guilty of a hate crime or a hate speech infringement because, I draw the line somewhere. For example, I refuse to use pronouns like sie, them, their. I don't have a problem using they, them, their pronouns, and that also happens just to be because of the circles in which I move. I happen to know people who use gender-neutral pronouns, so I've gotten used to it. But the vast majority of people are not going to come into contact with the incredibly small fraction of the population of gender non-binary people, and that's why this is never really going to pick up, in my opinion. You know, when it comes to Mrs. and Ms., at least half of the population is female, so there was some interaction with the term Mrs. versus Ms. And there were some interactions so people could pick it up. There just aren't enough gender non-binary. I use that in quotation marks because I hate that term because it's a political term, not a gender identity or a term of identification. It's just a political term. But regardless, I don't think it's going to pick up. There's just not enough of these people to interact with.
The Twitter sphere has been buzzing with this conversation, and let's just pull one up here. Let's pull up one tweet. This was tweeted to a number of people, including, as you can see in the middle, Jordan B. Peterson, who's on our program tonight. I so look forward to Bill C-16 putting your kind of silly trolling to an end, it says. There are people, let's go to our Professor Kyle in Ottawa. There are people out there who hope that C-16 lives up to Jordan's worst fears. Do you agree that C-16 ought to be able to prevent people from expressing negative opinions about transgender people?
So first I want to clarify that Bill C-16 only applies to federally regulated entities. So for example, the University of Toronto is under provincial jurisdiction, so is therefore subject to the Ontario Human Rights Code. So I think that's an important point to note. I also want to note there's been a lot of talk about the hate crimes. That seems to be like kind of an American import into our discussion. The only two changes that this Bill C-16 make are to make minor amendments to Section 318 and 718 of the Criminal Code. The first is advocating genocide, as I've talked about, a very, very extreme high standard. And then second off, at sentencing, after an offense has been committed and the person has been found guilty, what 718 does is it tells judges that they ought to treat hate motivation as an aggravating factor at sentencing, to treat that as a more severe form. And currently we have a series of identities that are set out in 718, things like sexual orientation, race. We don't have currently gender identity and gender expression there, and so that's what this do. So I just want to make it very clear that we ought not to be importing American concepts into the discussion here. And so to the extent that Bill C-16 makes changes only to, in the Canadian Human Rights Act context, to federally regulated entities, which is not the University of Toronto.
Nicholas, let me follow up with you. Why, in your view, do you think the trans community needs this kind of legislative protection?
Well, thank you. That's basically the point that hasn't been raised yet, which is that people are actually suffering huge lack of access to resources that will allow people to survive. So people are being physically assaulted. People do not have counselors that they can go to who are not going to, as Dr. Peterson has done on YouTube, recommend that they actually become more anxious and more upset about situations. People are being assaulted. I brought all sorts of really depressing stats that people who are leaning towards thinking that this is not that big of a deal, those people need to look at those stats. But
Give
many
us one.
people...
Give us one stat.
Yeah, so 58% of students could not get academic transcripts with their correct name or pronoun. That causes a huge chain of events for students or anybody who's had any kind of academic training. As everyone recognizes, we need to be able to have references, we need to be able to have resumes, we need to be able to get jobs.
So I want to be sure that I'm clear on your point here, which is, and therefore they feel disrespected, and therefore this affects their life in a very real way? Is that right?
The feeling of disrespect is not as important as the ways that people in authority are able
fucking
to
place.
circumvent
Place, bro.
possibilities for living. So it has more to do with being able to find housing and therefore being homeless. It has more to do with not being able to get jobs because people are discriminated against. So we're not actually we shouldn't be talking about free speech. What we should be talking about are the social issues facing people who are being discriminated against and what that looks like on campus, which is that some professors refuse to offer basic dignity to students and colleagues. And that leads to
What the fuck do they sound like
people
that,
missing
bro?
classes, it leads to people dropping out, it leads to a lack of positive opportunity for society to actually benefit from the contributions of many, many people. And I also don't teach that there's a huge divide between trans people and non-trans people, because I would say the number is 100% of people will benefit from more open discussion. And one of the problems is that being addressed in a black and white way. So it's too bad that we can't actually have an open conversation because there's a huge wall of violence between us.
Here is somebody who did not share your view on that, because we invited another guest to be on the program today, and this person initially said yes, and then sent a Facebook message to our producer, Vladek Schemberg, saying, you know what, changed my mind. Giving Jordan Peterson this platform serves to legitimize his views, which are based in bigotry and misinformation. The humanity and rights of transgender, non-binary, and intersex people are not a matter of debate, and holding a debate which places a false equivalency between the views expressed by Peterson and the human rights concerns of the trans community would be an act of transphobia. Therefore, none of us wish to participate in this. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for reading that. It's a very important perspective.
That's why I read it. I wonder whether, Jordan, everybody's talking past each other here. You are trying to make a point about free speech. The other side...
We're talking past each other.
Well, but the other... You're trying to make a point about free speech. The other side is trying to make a point about the rights, the human rights of trans people. That's not the point that you're trying to make. Do we have two different groups here that are trying to make two different points, and they find themselves in the same bowl of soup, and that's why this has turned into the conflagration it has?
Well, it's partly that, because the issues we're discussing have to center on some social issues, and they happen to be centering on the issue surrounding transgender language. But I don't think we're talking past each other at all in a fundamental sense. I mean, I think that the real problem here is that there's a concerted attempt being made by many people to subvert all values to the value of equality of outcome. And we need more than one value, first of all, if we're going to survive as a society, because you can't solve every problem with the same approach. But there are more insidious things, in my estimation, going on underneath. I mean, even the missive that you just read said that, well, even providing me with a platform, let's call it to express my views, is something that shouldn't be allowed. It's like, yes, that's why I made the video. It was because many people are claiming that the expression of these sorts of views should no longer be permitted. And it's this view for now, but this is a minor issue in some ways compared to the larger issue that's at stake, which is our right to have discussions of this sort at all. Like, I mean, one thing that happened right when we started this was that there was an initial claim, for example, that there's no such thing as biological sex. Well, I believe quite firmly that if we continue on our present path at the universities for 5 more years, that's a discussion we will not actually be able to have on campuses.
Because it would be...
by fiat, I mean, the legislation already implicitly presumes that biological sex, gender identity, and gender expression, which we haven't even talked about yet, vary independently. That is simply not true.
Theron, the person who sent that Facebook message thinks that we're partaking in transphobia just by having this debate. I hope that's not the case. But I wonder if you could give us your explanation for why some people adamantly refuse even to have this discussion, that the notion of having this discussion is somehow transphobic.
I think it has to do with there's a lacking when it comes to actually being able to defend your points through argument. So if you open up the discussion for argument, they know they will lose. I think it's absolutely ludicrous and insane to say that having this discussion is by default transphobic. I think it's even more it's equally ludicrous to call Dr. Peterson what he said transphobic. I think it takes using that term so willy-nilly. It takes the emotional response to a term like transphobia and connotates it with something as in my opinion, productive as having an open discussion. And I think that's very insidious, and I think that's very manipulative.
Kyle, are we being transphobic here by having this debate?
Well, I do worry about setting up a false equivalency in this conversation, and really even making the premise that trans lives are up for debate. They're not up for debate. Human rights aren't up for debate. And the reason that I agreed to be on the program is that I've been very troubled by the misinformation about what the law is actually going to do. And so I really grappled with whether or not I wanted to participate in this discussion. But I thought it was very important to really try to dial back the hateful rhetoric and actually do a very careful discussion about what the law is actually designed to achieve, and ultimately to promote a more equitable and just society. So we've talked about freedom of expression, to use the Canadian term, but we should also be talking about other values like equality and anti-racism, I think.
Just curious, Mary, I'm going to get to you in 1 sec. I am curious, though. You've now participated in 90% of the program. We're just about done. Was it a good idea for you to come on?
I think that it's an opportunity to try to work through some of the legal issues, the social and human rights issues, and so I'm happy to be here, but I recognize that other people's experiences, they might find ultimately that participating in this program was a mistake.
Mary, you wanted to follow up?
Well, I certainly want to say that Kyle, I found that what you brought to it in terms of putting the bill into perspective actually really helpful, and probably helpful to a lot of people. So I'm glad that Kyle was here. I think for me, one of the things that I felt anxious about coming in, and I'm still puzzling over, why this issue? Why this issue? So, and I do think, at the risk of bringing in the United States again, there does seem to be a similarity between some of the rhetoric we're hearing down south right now through the election and this. It feels like it's greatly exaggerated. Sort of what will fall out from this, and we're sort of, it feels like a bit of
really quite mercilessly shouted down.
And that would be one of the places where Jordan and I would have some common ground in that there has been a trend in some ways for people to allow no platforming, and this person's views are objectionable and we don't want them to come on the campus.
What do you think of that?
I think it's probably best not discussed in the context of someone's personal identity, right? So that's part of what I'm bothered by this discussion. So
if you can't have a discussion about free speech on a university campus, then I guess you can't have one, because that's supposed to be where they happen, isn't it?
I agree with you. I think that is a problem. What I'm trying to say is that, those issues came up around issues of someone who was pro-Israel who wanted to come onto a campus. Those things are political. My identity, my personal identity, my gender identity is very separate from my political identity. And so it's very strange to have this to be where we're going to plant the flag and say, enough with this crazy political correctness. You don't get to choose your pronouns.
I thought
it seems trivial to me.
I thought it was an axiom, say, of feminism, for example, that the personal was political. And isn't that that's a famous phrase, the personal is political.
Okay, but personally is political when someone is attacking
Fuck,
you
I hate
on a
this guy's
basis that
voice.
is personal and that you can't change about yourself. That is political. And that's when people sometimes become politicized, is when they realize that no matter what they do in the world, there will be people who will continue to attack them on racist grounds, on gender and sexual violence grounds, and that's why people start to fight back, and that's why people object.
And your attempts to regulate my language use, and
I don't care about your language use. I care about the safety of the people who are being harmed.
I know people who make your kinds of arguments are always concerned with other people's safety.
I'm concerned with my own safety. Just so that people are aware, my physical, emotional health and livelihood is at risk from being here. And that's not true of everyone.
To mine, say.
I don't know about yours because
yes,
I don't live
you know
your life.
Perfectly well about
I do know that you have tenure and that's one of the major ways that you're able to do this. But I just want people to be aware that trans and gender diverse communities, and especially people of color, are being targeted and threatened physically. So free speech is a great idea and equality is a great idea, but we actually can't have those conversations when people are not even able to be present.
Jordan, let me read this tweet to you and I'll get you to respond because I think it's instructive of the conversation that just took place between the two of you. Can someone please explain to Jordan B. Peterson that there's a difference between freedom of speech and freedom from consequence? Do you agree there's a difference?
Well, certainly there's a difference.
And are you prepared to suffer the consequences that society may deem you need to suffer because of your views?
Hell no.
Yes, I'm prepared to do that.
What does that entail?
Are you open to learning?
Well, hang
That's
on.
not the question.
Hang on, that wasn't the question. That's right.
Well, so what am I willing to do? Well, I think that the Ontario Human Rights Tribunal is probably obligated by their own tangled web to bring me in front of it. If they find me, I won't pay it. If they put me in jail, I'll go on a hunger strike. I'm not doing this. And that's that. I'm not using the words that other people require me to use, especially if they're made up by radical left-wing ideologues. Now, if our society comes to some sort of consensus over the next while about how we'll solve the pronoun problem, let's call it, and that becomes part of popular parlance, and it seems to solve the problem properly without sacrificing the distinction between singular and plural, and without requiring me to memorize an impossible list of an indefinite number of pronouns, then I would be willing to reconsider my position. But I'm also partly opposed to this because it's been made mandatory and has the whole weight of the law behind it. It's like, this is a very bad idea. I believe this is a very bad idea. And I believe that the reason this has caused so much noise, tremendous amount of noise, tremendous amount of attention on YouTube, is because there are things that are at stake in this discussion, despite its surface nature, that strike at the very heart of our civilization. That's what I believe.
Do you have tenure?
I do. And
so they can't fire you for this?
Well, it's not all that easy to figure out what people can and can't do. If I'm, certainly they could fire me if I was, let's say, if the hate speech allegations, so to speak, stop. I mean, the university's being quite reasonable about this, especially compared to many universities. We're going to have a debate.
I was just going to say, we got a minute left, and I did want to give it to Jordan, because the university has not said entirely, shut up, we don't want to hear this anymore.
No, well, I went and talked to the dean on Friday, and I sat down with my family, and I thought, okay, what would be the best way for this to go for everyone? For me, and for my students, and for the university, and for society. I thought, okay, well, really, obviously there's an issue here, several of them, because otherwise all of this noise wouldn't have emerged. So we should actually have a debate about it.
And that's happening.
Yes, so I went and talked to the dean, David Cameron, who is a very reasonable person, and I said, look, well, I think the University of Toronto should take a leadership position on this, and there's issues to be discussed here.
So who are you debating?
Well, that remains to be seen. I haven't seen people flooding out of the woodwork to debate me so far.
Do you have a date, place, and time yet?
We don't. It'll be on the campus. It'll probably be on a morning in the next 2 weeks.
You let me know.
I will let you know, absolutely.
Okay. That's our time, I'm afraid, everybody. I do want to thank everybody for coming in tonight, and I hope you found it was worth your while. We certainly found it, I think, a very useful exercise.
People?
Sorry?
People So,
got a website?
Yeah, I would really encourage people to go to transformingjustice.ca. It's a current research initiative that will appeal to anyone with any interest in research and learning.
Say it again, transformingjustice.ca. We are happy to put that out there. Theron Meyer, the transpundit and YouTuber in Vancouver, Kyle Kirkup, the professor of law at University of Ottawa. We thank both of you for being outside our studio but part of our broadcast tonight. Jordan Peterson of the U of T, Nick Matt from the U of T, Mary Rogan. You can read more about this in her piece, Growing Up Trans, in the October issue of Walrus Magazine on better bookstore and corner store stands everywhere. Thanks so much, everybody.
Help TVO create a better world through the power of learning. Visit TVO.org and make a tax-deductible donation today.
Jordan Peterson, you've said that men need to, quote, grow the hell up. Tell me why.
Well, because there's nothing uglier than old infant. There's nothing good about it. People who don't grow up, who don't find the sort of meaning in their life that sustains them through difficult times, and they're certain to encounter difficult times. And they're left bitter and resentful and without purpose and adrift and hostile and resentful and vengeful and arrogant and deceitful and of no use to themselves and of no use to anyone else, and no partner for a woman. There's nothing in it that's good.
So you say, I mean, that sounds pretty bad. You're saying
It's
there's a
bad.
crisis of masculinity. I mean, what do you do about it?
You help people understand why it's necessary and important for them to grow up and adopt responsibility, why that isn't a shake your finger and get your act together sort of thing.
Yo, what up, Reverb?
But why it's more like a delineation of the kind of destiny that makes life worth living. I mean, telling young men. But it's not, I wasn't specifically aiming this message at young men to begin with. It just kind of turned out that way.
And it's mostly, you admit, it's mostly men listening. I mean,
It is.
90% of your audiences are men.
Well, it's about 80% on YouTube, which is YouTube is a male domain primarily, so it's hard to tell how much of it is because YouTube is male and how much of it is because of what I'm saying. But what I've been telling young men is that there's an actual reason why they need to grow up, which is that they have something to offer. That people have within them this capacity to set the world straight. It's necessary to manifest it. Also, doing so is where you find the meaning that sustains you in life.
What's gone wrong then?
Oh God, all sorts of things have gone wrong. I think that I don't think that young men hear words of encouragement. Some of them never in their entire lives, as far as I can tell. That's what they tell me. The fact that the words that I've been speaking, the YouTube lectures that I've done and put online, for example, have had such a dramatic impact is an indication that young men are starving for this sort of message. It's like, why in the world would they have to derive it from a lecture on YouTube? You know, they're not being taught that it's important to develop yourself.
Does it bother you that your audience is predominantly male? Isn't that a bit divisive?
No, I don't think so. I mean, it's no more divisive than the fact that YouTube is primarily male and Tumblr is
Well, that's
primarily
pretty divisive,
female.
isn't it?
Tumblr is primarily female.
But you're just saying that's the way it is.
Well, I'm not saying anything. It's just an observation that that's the way it is. There's plenty of women that are watching my lectures and coming to my talks and buying my books. It's just the majority of them happen to be men.
What's in it for the women, though?
Nigga, what?
What sort of partner do you want? You want an overgrown child? Or do you want someone to contend with that's going to help you and that
So
you
you're
can
saying
rely on?
women have some sort of duty to sort of help fix the crisis of masculinity?
Well, it depends on what they want. No, I mean, it's exactly how I laid it out. Like, women deeply want men who are competent and powerful. And I don't mean power in that they can exert tyrannical control over others. That's not power. That's just corruption. Power is competence. And why in the world would you not want a competent partner? Well, I know why, actually. You can't dominate a competent partner. So if you want domination...
Want to dominate, is that what you're saying?
No, I'd say women who have had their relationships impaired, their relationships with men impaired, who are afraid of such relationships, will settle for a weak partner because they can dominate. but it's a suboptimal solution.
Do you think
It does
that's
no
what a lot
one
of
any
women
good.
are doing?
I think there's a substantial minority of women who do that, and I think it's very bad for them. They're very unhappy. It's very bad for their partners, although the partners get the advantage of not having to take any responsibility.
But what gives you the right to say that? I mean, maybe that's how women want their relationships, those women. I mean, you're making these vast generalizations.
I'm a clinical psychologist.
Right, so you're
It's
saying
fucking
you've done
job.
your research and women are unhappy dominating men.
I didn't say they were unhappy dominating men. I said it was a bad long-term solution.
Okay, you said it was
It's not
making
the
them
same
miserable.
thing. Yes, yes. It depends on the time frame. I mean, there's intense pleasure in momentary domination. That's why people do it all the time. But it's not a formula for a successful long-term relationship. That's reciprocal, right? Any long-term relationship is reciprocal, virtually by definition. So,
Let me put a quote to you from the book, where you say there are whole disciplines in universities forthrightly hostile towards men. These are the areas of study dominated by the postmodern neo-Marxist claim that Western culture in particular is an oppressive structure created by white men to dominate and exclude women. But then I want to put
minorities do.
Okay, sure. But I want to put to you that here in the UK, for example, let's take that as an example, the gender pay gap stands at just over 9%. You've got women at the BBC recently saying that the broadcaster is illegally paying them less than men to do the same job. You've got only 7 women running the top FTSE 100 companies.
Yeah.
So it seems to a lot of women that they're still being dominated and excluded, to quote your words back.
it does seem that way, but multivariate analysis of the pay gap indicate that it doesn't exist.
But that's
So
just
you
not
do-
true,
you-
is it? I mean, that 9% pay gap, that's a gap between median hourly earnings
Yeah.
between men and women.
But
That
there's multiple,
exists.
yeah, but there's multiple reasons for that. One of them is gender, but it's not the only reason. Like if you're a social scientist worth your salt, you never do a univariate analysis. Like you say, well, women in aggregate are paid less than men. Okay, well, then we break it down by age, we break it down by occupation, we break it down by interest, we break it down by personality.
But you're saying basically it doesn't matter if women aren't getting to the top because that's what's skewing that gender pay gap, isn't it? You're saying, well, that's just a fact
I'm not
that
saying
women
it
aren't
doesn't
necessarily
matter.
going to get to the top.
No, I'm not saying it doesn't matter either.
You're saying
there are multiple reasons for it.
Yeah, but
and they
those
aren't being
reasons, why
taken into
should
account.
women put up with those reasons? Why should women be
put up-
content
I'm not
not
saying
to
that
get
they
to
should
the top?
put up with it. I'm saying that the claim that the wage gap between men and women is only due to sex is wrong, and it is wrong. There's no doubt about that. The multivariate analysis have been done. So
Well,
I can give you an
keep on
example.
talking about
Wait a second.
multivariate
Let
analysis.
me give you an
Give me
example.
I'm saying that 9% pay gap
Yeah.
exists.
Yeah.
That's a gap between men and women. I'm not saying why it exists, but it exists. Now,
Yeah, but
if
you
you're
have
a
to say
woman,
why
that
it
seems
exists.
pretty unfair.
You have to say why it exists.
But do you agree that it's unfair? If you're a woman,
Not necessarily.
and on average you're getting paid 9% less than a man, that's not fair, is it?
It depends on why it's happening. I can give you an example. Okay. There's a personality trait known as agreeableness. Agreeable people are compassionate and polite. And agreeable people get paid less than less agreeable people for the same job. Women are more agreeable than men.
Again, a vast generalization. Some
It's not
women
a
are not more
generalization.
agreeable than
Yes,
men.
that's true, but that's right. And some women get paid more than men.
So you were saying that by and large, women are too agreeable to get the pay rises they deserve.
No, I'm saying that that's one component of a multivariate equation that predicts salary. It accounts for maybe 5% of the variance, something like that.
So surely
you
the
need about
answer-
another 18 factors, one of which is gender. And there is prejudice, there's no doubt about that, but it accounts for a much smaller proportion of the variance in the pay gap than the radical feminists claim.
Okay, so rather than denying the pay gap exists, which is what you did at the beginning of this conversation, shouldn't you say to women, rather than being agreeable and not asking for a pay rise, go and ask for a pay rise? Make yourself disagreeable with your boss.
Oh, definitely, there's that. But I also didn't deny it existed. I denied it existed because of gender.
Okay.
See, because I'm very, very, very careful with my words.
So the pay gap exists, you accept that, but you're saying, I mean, the pay gap between men and women exists. You're saying it's not because of gender, it's because women are too agreeable to ask for pay rises. So
It's
make
one
them-
of the reasons.
Okay, one of the reasons. So why not get them to ask for a pay rise?
I've
Wouldn't
done
be
that.
a fairer
I've done
way
that
of proceeding?
many times in my career.
And they
I've
just don't?
counseled. Oh, they do it all the time. You can. So one of the things that you do as a clinical psychologist is assertiveness training. So you might say, often you treat people for anxiety, you treat them for depression, and maybe the next most common category after that would be assertiveness training. And so I've had many women, extraordinarily competent women, in my clinical and consulting practice, and we put together strategies for their career development that involve continual pushing, competing for higher wages, and often tripled their wages within a 5-year period.
And you
Teaching them how to
celebrate that?
negotiate. Of course.
So, do you agree that you would be happy if that pay gap was eliminated completely? Because that's all the radical feminists are saying.
It would depend on how it was eradicated and how the disappearance of it was measured.
You're saying if
You
it's at the
can't- you
cost
can't.
of men, that's a problem.
Oh, there's all sorts of things that it could be at the cost of. It could even be at the cost of women's own interests. So,
Because they might not be happy if they get equal pay.
no, because it might interfere with other things that are causing the pay gap that women are choosing to do.
Like having children.
Well, or choosing careers that actually happen to be paid less, which women do a lot of.
But why shouldn't women have the right to choose not to have children, or the right to choose those demanding
They
careers?
do. They can. Yeah, that's fine.
But you're saying that makes them unhappy, by and large.
I'm saying that no, I'm not saying that. And I actually haven't said that so far. in
You're
the
saying it
program.
makes them miserable.
No, I
at the
said that
beginning.
what's making them miserable was having weak partners. That makes them miserable.
Right.
I would say that many women around the age of, I would say between 28 and 32, have a career family crisis that they have to deal with. And I think that's partly because of the foreshortened time frame that women have to contend with. Like, women have to get the major pieces of their life put together faster than men, which is also partly why men aren't under so much pressure to grow up. So because for the typical woman, she has to have her career and family in order pretty much by the time she's 35, because otherwise the options start to run out. And so that puts a tremendous amount of stress on women, especially at the end of their 20s.
I think I take issue with the idea of the typical woman, because, you know, all women are different. And that's what I want to just put another quote to you from the book.
Well,
You
they're
say,
different in some ways and the same in others.
okay, you say women become more vulnerable when they have children.
Oh,
And
yes.
you talk to one of your YouTube interviews about crazy harpy sisters. So, a simple question. Is gender equality a myth in your view? Is that something that's just never going to happen?
It depends on what you mean by equality. No,
Being
if
treated
you mean
fairly,
men and women,
getting the same opportunities.
fairly, we could get to a point where people were treated fairly or more fairly. I mean, people are treated pretty fairly in Western culture already, but we can.
But they're really not, though, are they? I mean, otherwise, why would there only be 7 women running FTSE 100 companies in the UK? Why would there still be a pay gap, which we've
Oh, well,
discussed
that's
at length?
easy to
Why are
answer
women
that.
at the BBC saying that they're getting paid illegally less than men to do the same job? That's not fair,
Well,
is
let's
it?
go to the first question. Those are complicated questions. Seven women. Repeat that one. There's
7 women running the top FTSE 100 companies in the UK.
Well, the
I mean,
first
that's not
question
fair.
might be, why would you want to do that?
Why would a man want to do it? I
Well,
mean, it's a lot of
there's
money.
a
It's an
certain-
interesting
there's a
job.
certain
You know? Why would a man want to do it? I mean, there's a lot of money. It's an interesting
There's a
job.
certain
You know?
number of men, although not that many, who are perfectly willing to sacrifice virtually all of their life to the pursuit of a high-end career. So they'll work. These are men that are very intelligent. They're usually very, very conscientious. They're very driven. They're very high energy. They're very healthy. And they're willing to work 70 or 80 hours a week, non-stop, specialized at one thing to get to the top.
So you're saying women are just more sensible. They don't want that because it's not a nice life.
Well, I'm saying that's part of it, definitely. And so I work
So
for...
you don't think there are barriers in their way that prevent them getting to the top?
Oh,
of
there
those
are some
companies?
barriers, yeah, like men, for example. I mean, to get to the top of any organization is an incredibly competitive enterprise. And the men that you're competing with are simply not going to roll over and say, please take the position.
So let me come back to my
absolute
question.
all-out warfare.
Is gender equality a myth?
I don't know what you mean by the question. Men and women aren't the same, and they won't be the same. That doesn't mean they can't be treated fairly.
Is gender equality desirable?
If it means equality of outcome, then almost certainly it's undesirable. That's already been demonstrated in Scandinavia. Because in
What do you
Scandinavia...
mean by that? Equality of outcome is undesirable.
Well, men and women won't sort themselves into the same categories if you leave them alone to do it off their own accord. I've already seen that in Scandinavia. It's 20 to 1 female nurses to to male, something like that. It might not be quite that extreme, and approximately the same male engineers to female engineers. And that's a consequence of the free choice of men and women in the societies that have gone farther than any other societies to make gender equality the purpose of the law. Those are ineradicable differences. You can eradicate them with tremendous social pressure and tyranny, but if you leave men and women to make their own choices, you will not get equal outcomes.
Right, so you're saying that anyone who believes in equality, whether you call them feminists, call them whatever you want to call them, should basically give up because it ain't going to happen.
Only if they're aiming at equality of outcome.
So you're saying give people equality of opportunity, that's fine.
It's not only fine, it's eminently desirable for everyone, for individuals and for society.
But still women aren't going to make it, that's what you're really
It
saying.
depends on your measurement techniques. They're doing just fine in medicine. In fact, there are far more female physicians than there are male physicians. There are lots of disciplines that are absolutely dominated by women. Many, many disciplines, and they're doing great. So
let me put something else to you from the book. You say the introduction of the equal pay for equal work argument immediately complicates even salary comparison beyond practicality for one simple reason. Who decides what work is equal? It's not possible. So the simple question is, do you believe in equal pay?
Well, I made the argument there. It's like, it depends
So
who
you don't
defines
believe
it.
in equal pay?
No, I'm not saying that at all.
Because a lot of people listening to you will just say, I mean, are we going back to the
That's
dark
because
ages
they're actually
here?
not listening.
I'm
They're just
listening very
projecting
carefully,
what
and
they
I'm
think.
hearing you basically saying women need to just accept they're never going to make it on equal terms, equal outcomes is how you defined it.
No, I didn't
If I
say
was
that.
a young
I said that
woman
equal-
watching that, I would go, well, I might as well just go and play with my Cindy dolls
I
and give
didn't
up
say
trying
that.
at school because I'm not going to get the top job I want because
said
there's
that
someone sitting there saying it's not possible
I
and it's
said
not
that
desirable,
equal
it's going to make
outcomes
you
aren't
miserable.
desirable. That's what I said. It's a
Yeah,
bad
it's not
social
desirable.
goal. I didn't say that women shouldn't be striving for the top or anything like that, because I don't believe that for a second.
Striving for the top, but you're going to put all those hurdles in their way, as has been in their way for centuries, and that's fine. You're saying that's fine.
No, I really
The
think that's-
patriarchal
I
system
really
is
think
just
that's
fine.
silly. I do. I think that's silly. I really do. I mean, look at your situation. You're hardly unsuccessful.
Yeah, and I have
How do
battled
you
quite
manage?
hard to get where I've got
Exactly.
to.
Good
so that's
for you.
okay. Battling is good. This is all
It's
about the fight.
inevitable.
But you talk about men.
It's
fighting.
exact-
Let me just put another thing to you from the book.
Why
You're
would
saying
you have to
real.
battle for a high quality position?
Well, I notice in your book you talk about real conversations between men containing, quote, an underlying threat of physicality.
Oh, there's no doubt about that.
What about real conversations between women? Is that something, or are we sort of too amenable and reasonable?
No, it's just that the domain of physical conflict is sort of off limits for you.
Well, you
It's
just said
rather
that I've
unfortunate.
fought to get where I've got.
Yeah, but
What does that make me?
well,
a sort of proxy man or
I
something?
don't imagine that you. Yeah, to some degree, I suspect you're not very agreeable.
So that's the thing. Successful women, I'm not very agreeable.
Right.
But
I've noticed that
successful-
actually in this conversation.
At least
and
we
I'm
can have
sure
a
it
joke about
served your career well.
Successful women, though, basically have to wear the trousers, in your view. They have to sort of become men to succeed, is what you're saying.
Well, if they're
I've had to fight to succeed,
if they're
therefore
going to
I'm an
compete
honorary
against
man.
men, certainly masculine traits are going to be helpful. I mean, one of the things I do in my counseling practice, for example, when I'm consulting with women who are trying to advance their careers, is to teach them how to negotiate and to be able to say no and to not be easily pushed around and to be formidable. And you need to, if you're going to be successful, you need to be smart, conscientious, and tough.
Well, here's a radical idea. Why don't the bosses adopt the male bosses, shall we say, adopt some female traits so that women don't have to fight and get their sharp elbows out for the pay rises? It's just accepted. If
Might
they're
have to
doing
do the same
thing,
fucking
thing.
thing.
Well, I would say partly because it's not so easy to determine what constitutes a job.
But that's because, arguably, there are still men dominating our industries, our society, and therefore they've dictated the terms for so long that women have to battle to be
No,
like the men.
it's not true. It's not true. So, for
Where's the
example,
evidence?
well, I can give you an example very quickly. So, I work with women who worked in high-powered law firms in Canada for about 15 years. And they were as competent and put together as anybody you would ever meet. And we were trying to figure out how to further their careers. And there was a huge debate in Canadian society at that point that was basically ran along the same lines as your argument, is that if the law firms didn't use these masculine criteria, then perhaps women would do better. But the market sets the damn game. It's like...
And the market is dominated by men.
No,
So
it's
what
not.
I'm
It's not. The market is dominated by women. They make 80% of the consumer decisions. That's not the case
What?
at all.
If you're talking
80%.
about people who stay at home looking after children, by and large, they are still women. So they're going out doing the shopping. But that is changing.
They make all the
what I want to
consumer
ask
decisions.
you. Okay, so
The
what I
market is driven by women, not men.
Right.
Okay, and if you're a lawyer
And they
in
still
Canada,
pay more for the same sort of goods. That's been proven. That men, you buy a blue bicycle helmet, it's going to cost less than a pink one. Anyway, we'll come on to that.
partly because men are less agreeable. Right, so they won't put up with it.
I want to ask you, is it not desirable to have some of those female traits you're talking about? I'd say that's a generalization, but you've used the words female traits. Is it not desirable to have some of them at the top of business? I mean, maybe there wouldn't
They
be
don't predict
a
success.
banking crisis.
They don't predict success in the workplace. The things that predict success in the workplace are intelligence and conscientiousness. Agreeableness predicts success in the workplace. And so does high negative emotion.
You're saying that women aren't intelligent enough to run these top companies?
No, I didn't say that at all.
You said that.
Fuck, this woman is stupid.
Success.
But I didn't say that
Intelligence and
intelligence wasn't. I didn't say that
do.
intelligence and conscientiousness
Well, you were saying that
weren't
intelligence
female
and
traits.
conscientiousness by implication are not female traits.
No,
I mean,
I'm not
that's very
saying that.
dangerous territory.
I'm not saying that at all.
Are women less intelligent than men? by and large?
No, they're not. No, the data
She's
on
good at
that
what she
is
does.
clear. The average IQ for a woman and the average IQ for a man is identical. There is some debate about the flatness of the distribution, which is something that James Damore pointed out, for example, in his memo, but there's no difference at all in general cognitive ability. There's no difference to speak of in conscientiousness. Women are a bit more orderly than men, and men are a little bit more industrious than women. The difference isn't big, but that averages into
And in men who aren't necessarily
Well,
as
of course.
But female
but you
traits,
asked
though,
me
why are they not
feminine traits.
Why are they not desirable? Feminine traits, why are they not desirable?
It's hard to say. I'm just laying out the empirical evidence. We know the traits that predict success.
But we also know, because companies by and large have not been dominated by women over the centuries, we have nothing to compare it to. It's an experiment.
True, and it could be the case that if companies modified their behavior and became more feminine, they would be successful. But
You
there's
seem
no
doubtful about
evidence
that.
for it. I'm not neither doubtful nor non-doubtful. There's no evidence.
So why
for
not
it.
give it a go as the radical
Because the evidence
feminists would
suggests,
say?
well, it's fine. Like if someone wants to start a company and make it more feminine and compassionate, let's say, and caring in its overall orientation towards its workers and towards the marketplace, then that's a perfectly reasonable experiment to run. My point is that there is no evidence that those traits predict success in the workplace. And there's
But
plenty
was
of
it never
evidence.
been tried?
Well, that's not. Women have been in the workplace for at least ever since I've been around. The representation of women in the workplace has been marginal. So we've run the experiment for a fairly reasonable period of time, but not, certainly not for centuries.
Let me move on to another debate that's been very controversial for you. And this is, you got in trouble for refusing to call trans men and women by their preferred personal pronouns.
No, it's not actually true. I got in trouble because I said I would not follow the compelled speech dictates of the federal and provincial government. I actually never got in trouble for not calling anyone anything. That didn't happen.
You wouldn't follow the change of law which was designed
Not
to
once it was
outlaw
law.
discrimination.
No.
Why
Well,
should
that's what they said it was designed to do.
Okay, you cited freedom of speech in that. Why should your right to freedom of speech trump a trans person's right not to be offended?
Because in order to be able to think, you have to risk being offensive. I mean, look at the conversation we're having right now. Like you're certainly willing to risk offending me in the pursuit of truth. Why should you have the right to do that? It's been rather uncomfortable.
Well, I'm very glad I put you on the spot.
Well,
I'm very glad that I have exercised my freedom of speech.
You get my point. It's like you're doing what you should do, which is taking a bit to see what the hell's going on. And that is what you should do. But you're exercising your freedom of speech to certainly risk offending me. And that's fine. I think
Except you haven't sat there and I'm just trying to work that out. I mean,
gotcha.
you have got me. I'm trying to work that through in my head. Yeah. It took a while.
It did, yeah.
Took a while. You have voluntarily come into the studio and agreed to be questioned. A trans person in your class has come to a class and said they want to be called
That's never happened. And I would call them she.
So you would. So you've kind of changed your tune on
No, I said that right from the beginning. What I said at the beginning
She
was that I
definitely,
was not
yeah, you
going
did.
to cede the linguistic territory to radical leftists, regardless of whether or not it was put in law. That's what I said. And then the people who came after me said, well, you must be transphobic and you mistreat a student in your class. It's like, what I said.
Well, except you've also called trans campaigners authoritarian, haven't you? I mean, isn't that...
Well, only in the broader context of my claims that radical leftist ideologues are authoritarian,
Yes,
which
but
they are.
You're saying someone who's trying to work out their gender identity, you may well have struggled with that, had quite a
No
tough
doubt
time over
struggled.
the years. You're comparing them with, you know, Chairman Mao, who
No, just the
saw the
activists.
deaths of millions of people. Well,
Just the
even if the activists, you know, they're trans people too, they have a right to say these things.
Yeah, but they don't have a
Isn't it
right to
grossly
speak for their whole community.
Compare them to Chairman Mao, or, you know, I could Pinochet, Augusto Pinochet. I mean, you know, this is grossly insensitive.
I didn't compare them to Pinochet.
Well,
I did compare them to
he
Mao.
was an authoritarian.
He's a right-wing. I was comparing him to the left-wing totalitarians. And I do believe
Mao,
they are left-wing
Mao,
totalitarians.
under Mao, millions of people died.
Right.
I mean, there's no comparison between Mao and a trans activist, is there?
Why not?
Because trans activists aren't killing millions of people?
The philosophy that's guiding your utterances is the same philosophy.
The consequences are...
Yet.
You're saying that trans activists
No.
could lead to the deaths of millions of people?
No.
I'm saying that the philosophy that drives your
Fuck.
utterances is the same philosophy that already has driven us to the deaths of millions.
Okay, tell us how that philosophy is in any way comparable.
Sure, that's no problem. The first thing is that the philosophy presumes that group identity is paramount. That's the fundamental philosophy that drove the Soviet Union and Mao's
Yep.
China.
That's
And it's
what I
the
was
fundamental
fucking
philosophy
saying.
of the left-wing activists. It's identity politics. It doesn't matter who you are as an individual. It matters who you are in terms of your group identity.
You're just
That's
saying
murderous.
things, though, to provoke, aren't you? I mean,
Not
you are
yet.
a provocateur.
I never said
You're like
anything.
the alt-right that you hate to be compared to. You want to stir things up.
I'm only a provocateur insofar as when I say what I believe to be true, it's provocative. I don't provoke. Maybe for
You
humor
don't set out to
now and
provoke.
then. I'm not interested in provoking.
But what
Not
about
in
the thing
least.
about, you know, fighting and the lobster? Tell us about the lobster.
Well, that's quite a segue. Well, the first chapter I have in my book is called Stand Up Straight with Your Shoulders Back. And it's an injunction to be combative. Not least to further your career, let's say, but also to adopt a stance of ready engagement with the world and to reflect that in your posture. And the reason that I write about lobsters is because there's this idea that hierarchical structures are a sociological construct of the Western patriarchy. And that is so untrue that it's almost unbelievable. And I use the lobster as an example because the lobster, we divulged from lobsters in evolutionary history about 350 million years ago, common ancestors. And lobsters exist in hierarchies, and they have a nervous system attuned to the hierarchy. And that nervous system runs on serotonin, just like our nervous systems do. And the nervous system of the lobster and the human being is so similar that antidepressants work on lobsters. And it's part of my attempt to demonstrate that the idea of hierarchy has absolutely nothing to do with sociocultural construction, which it doesn't.
Let me just get this straight. You're saying that we should organise our societies along the lines of the lobsters.
I'm saying that it's...
There's no fucking way you just said
the
that.
way that animals and human beings organize their structures. It absolutely is. And there is 1/3 of a billion years of evolutionary history behind that. Right? That's so long that 1/3 of a billion years ago, there weren't even trees. It's a long time. You have a mechanism in your brain that runs on serotonin that's similar to the lobster mechanism that tracks your status. And the higher your status, the better your emotions are regulated. So as your serotonin levels increase, you feel more positive emotion and less negative emotion.
So you're saying, like the lobsters, we're hardwired as men and women to do certain things, to sort of run along the tram lines, and there's nothing we can do about it.
No, I'm not saying there's nothing we can do about it.
Nigga,
because
how
it's like
fucking
in a
stupid
chess
is
game,
this
right,
woman?
there's lots of things that you can do.
Damn it,
although
man.
You can't break the rules of the chess game and continue to play chess. Biologically, your biological nature is somewhat like that, is it sets the rules of the game, but within those rules you have a lot of leeway. But the idea that, one thing we can't do is say that hierarchical organization is a consequence of the capitalist patriarchy. It's like, that's patently absurd. It's wrong. It's not a matter of opinion. It's seriously wrong.
Aren't you just whipping people up into a state of anger and
Not at all.
Divisions between men and women? You're stirring people up. You know, you have any critics of you online get absolutely lambasted by your followers. You've
And
got
by
to pull
me,
them off, haven't
generally.
you? Sorry, your critics get lambasted by you. I mean,
If
isn't
they're
that
academics,
irresponsible?
not at all. If an academic is going to come
Okay.
after me and tell me that I'm not qualified and that I don't know what I'm talking about,
So
I
you're
can
not going to say
seriously
to your
not
followers
say it.
now, quit the abuse, quit the anger.
Well, we need some substantial examples of the abuse and the anger before I could detail that question.
There's a lot of it out there.
Let's take a more general perspective on that. So I've had 25,000 letters since June, something like that, from people who told me that I brought them back from the brink of destruction. And so I'm perfectly willing to put that up against the rather vague accusations that my followers are making the lives of people that I've targeted miserable.
Jordan Peterson, thank you.
My pleasure. Nice talking to you.
Oh shit. This is gonna be good.
This is so aggressively unfunny. It's almost impressive. So a few months ago, I embarked on a mission that I knew from the beginning would be difficult, but has proven far more challenging than I ever anticipated. It's a sort of mission that tries your soul, shows you who you are, what you're made of, tests your mettle. The mission is to laugh at a joke told by a feminist comedian. Now, to be clear here, just so we can get all the technicalities clear, the goal is not to laugh at a feminist comedian, because we can all do that. That's very easy to do. You can easily laugh at them. The goal is to laugh with them, to laugh at their material, to laugh when it seems like they want you to laugh, and in the way they want you to laugh. So far, I've tried to laugh at jokes from Samantha Bee and Hannah Gadsby. If you watch those videos, you know that I tried my hardest. I did. I dedicated myself to the task and just came up empty. I found myself not only not laughing, but in fact nearly weeping as I stared into the bleak abyss where laughter and joy and humor dies. It was a deeply chilling and unsettling experience. But now we're going to try it again. I'm going to give this one more try, this time with Chelsea Handler. Now, Chelsea Handler is an interesting case because she reminds me a little bit of like your eccentric, childless aunt who always smells vaguely of cat litter and Chardonnay.
I'm a little burnt out, so sometimes don't shoot me. I have a glass of wine with mustard here.
And she has a boyfriend with a ponytail who she invites to Thanksgiving, and he tells you about his weird hobby like collecting gerbils or something. This analogy is maybe getting a little bit too specific, I don't know. The point is, Chelsea Handler is weird and sort of sad, but not often funny. At least that's how she comes across. And I say this admittedly as someone who watched Chelsea Handler one time for 4 minutes 15 years ago when she was on the, the E! Entertainment channel. And I had her on TV because I was looking under the couch for the remote so I could change it. And in that time, that's just the only time I've ever really been exposed to her comedy.
Yo.
So I made a lot of judgments based on maybe they were unfair judgments. And so let's go. And we'll start here with, I think this is one of her more recent routines. And let's see if we can get a chuckle out of this.
And then he wanted to know about my family history. I was like, that's not what this is about. Nothing to see there.
How's that funny?
My brother died when I was a little girl. My mom died like 8 or 10 years ago. My dad's a huge pain in the ass, so hopefully he'll wrap things up this year. And I said, and quite frankly, like, I'm ready to wrap it up too. I said, Dan, I'm not suicidal. You don't have to worry about it, but people say life is too short. I think it's too long. Like, there's so many annoying people out here, and I just can't deal with it. I said, I'm losing my patience.
Okay, so this isn't comedy as much as it's a suicide note.
That's what I was gonna
There's
say.
literally no joke here. She's just talking about how much she hates her family and her own life and wants to die. And the cackle is laughing. Yeah, life is horrible. I'm in despair. Good one. Horrible life. This is great stuff. Like, I hope the people in the audience never volunteer at a suicide hotline. That's all I'm saying. It's a very troubling
3, 4,
reaction.
5, 6,
but let's
7,
maybe it gets funnier. Let's keep going.
8, 9, 10,
I need
11,
you to
12,
help me
13,
with my lack of patience. And he said, okay, give me some examples of your lack of patience. And I said, okay, fine. I was at a table like this, probably a little bigger, with 3 of my girlfriends before my session that day with Dan. My girlfriend orders a turkey burger, no onion, no bun, no cheese. That's fine, we live in LA. So the server comes over with his hands full with 4 plates and comes over and we're all sitting at the table. We're not even talking. And he says, turkey burger? Who ordered the turkey burger? No onion, no bun, no cheese? And my friend is just sitting there like Stevie Wonder playing the piano. And he says it again louder. Turkey burger, no onion, no bun, no cheese. And this is her. I go, hey, you f***ing wake up! Is that your turkey burger? You can't order that and then forget that you ordered that.
I thought my jokes were bad.
All right, so again, I'm not sure where the joke is supposed to be located here, and I'll let that play for a little while because I was sort of waiting for the joke. This isn't even try to laugh anymore. This is find the joke. It's like, where's Waldo? The challenge is just to figure out where the joke is. I mean, forget about actually laughing. I don't even know where I'm supposed to laugh. The audience, on the other hand, they just laugh at everything. I mean, this woman busts out a Stevie Wonder joke in the year 2020, and the audience acts like it's the funniest thing they've ever heard. Maybe next you can make a joke about telemarketers, something really topical. Hey, what's the deal with telemarketers, huh? You ever heard of these people, telemarketers? So annoying. The audience would love that. That would kill this audience. And then, of course, at the end of the bit, the punchline, I guess, is that Chelsea Handler is a horrible person, which I'm perfectly willing to believe. She's screaming at her friend in a restaurant. So what we've learned is that Handler is depressed, miserable, suicidal, and on top of it, a terrible friend. Excellent things to say to your therapist. It's just not fit for a comedy stage. That's
14.
my opinion. But we'll keep going.
I said, so that's one example. Would you like to hear another? He said, yes, please go on. I said, airports. I can't deal with people that work at Hudson Booksellers. What's wrong with those people? What's up with the slowness of the transaction? I can't deal with the slowness of the transaction when I want to buy a book. Are those people, what is wrong with, are they koala bears?
4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Okay, I don't mean to keep focusing on the audience, but it's the only interesting thing happening in this clip. And there's one guy, I don't know if you heard, the one guy in particular in the audience,
1, 2, 3, 4,
and he just lost on the koala bear joke.
Koala bears?
Which didn't make sense anyway, by the way, because actually koala bears can run up to 30 miles per hour, and I did look that up. So they're not known for being slow necessarily. But also, what's the, she says koala bear. Koala bear. Koala bear.
Fuck.
Koala bear. That's rich. Is she performing at a lunatic asylum?
Is it just me? Or is it getting crazier out there?
That would maybe make sense of the whole thing. And it would explain the white jumpsuit she's wearing as well. So maybe that's it. Well, okay, we'll play this maybe to the end here.
He said, well, how do you
1,
handle
2,
that? I go,
3,
have to shop
4,
for
5.
it. I said, I get the book, and I wave it to the security camera. Always. I always say, hey, it's me, Chelsea Handler. I'm taking this because your koala bear's on a branch somewhere in the back.
6.
I'm like, I'm going to leave $40 here, and hopefully they'll find it when she comes out from her nap, if she'll find it before a stranger does. Because on this bookshelf, I didn't steal.
This fucking comedian is awful, bro. Holy shit.
And Dan was looking at me when I said that. I was like, what? Is that white privilege too?
Dude, look at him.
He's like, no.
Look, he's not wanting. He wants to turn it off, bro. It's so awful.
I'm just gonna cut that off here.
Thank you so much. Holy shit.
This is really just a woman complaining about things. This is just her complaining. There's no shortage of
fucking, bro. Yes, dude, women complain enough already, bro. Chill.
She sent to one of her middle-aged female friends, and she to run with it as a comedy bit. Okay, but really, if you're gonna do that, you should inject a couple of jokes here and there. I'm not a stand-up comedian. You know, don't take it from me, but I feel like if I was gonna do a comedy bit, I would want to have probably a lot of jokes, right? You probably want at least
how do you do that?
but even really a lot of jokes. everything you say
Fucking.
should be a joke or should be leading
Wait, we have
to
a shit ton of that though.
I
We're
definitely
good.
wouldn't have no jokes. That's my point. No joke seems like a bad strategy.
Yeah,
Comedian, yet
women
it's
just
one
fucking
that all
complain,
comedians seem to go with.
and they think it's
So
funny.
let's
It's
try
fucking
a
annoying.
different clip. We're gonna give up on that one. There's no laughing.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Putting some money on it, and with my bookie, it's easier than ever to get in on the action. Sometimes you have a gut feeling about a matchup, and sometimes you're just betting on your team because they're on your team. That's sort of my strategy. But regardless, whether you've been betting for years or you're ready to play for the first time, my bookie is your go-to
1,
this
2, 3,
season. The
4,
biggest
5,
online
6.
selection of bets and props. They made it
6.
simple to win, easy to draw your cash. Head over to MyBookie to create an account. Just use the promo code Walsh to claim your 100% deposit match all the way up to $1,000. That means if you put $100 in, they'll give you another $100. It's an easy way to jumpstart your bankroll. NFL, NBA, MLB, everything else. They've got it all on tap, and it's never too late to get started on your winning season only at MyBookie. This is from an earlier Netflix special called, the special was called Uganda Be Kidding Me.
Alright, buddy, what the hell is that? Yeah, what the fuck does that even mean?
Let's not judge a book by its cover or its title.
Yeah, it's a woman. We're judging it by its fucking cover or
Some people are
title.
like, oh, have you bleached your asshole? I'm like,
What? What?
what color is it?
What? Alright, so.
No, there were options. Is
What
my
the
color-
fuck?
I thought it was white. Is it not? Have you seen?
What are you, f***ing stupid?
You're like, does this person know my asshole? Has he seen my asshole? I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, oh, there are a variety of colors. I mean, there's a huge spectrum. It goes from white to yellow. To,
Okay, what the fuck is this shit?
Navy blue. What? Someone has a navy blue asshole? Who has a navy blue asshole? I mean, what are you talking about? There's a spectrum. How would I even find out about my own asshole color? You know how fucking hard it is to find out your own asshole color if you're not a gay man? First of all, my asshole's a no-fly zone. So if anybody sees it, it's gonna be fucking dark out. So who cares what fucking color it is? That will be an accident. Like, oh, whoopsie, oopsie, doopsie.
Okay, so this is,
That was
first
awful.
of all, can I say to begin with?
Holy shit.
Ew. Gross.
Yes.
I am thoroughly repulsed right now. I feel intense nausea. That's a new one for Try to Laugh. You know, I'm used to feeling depressed, annoyed, miserable while watching these, but this is the first time that I've experienced a profound desire to go back in time and gouge out my own eardrums.
Yo.
But mainly this is just sad. Here's like a 52-year-old woman on stage shouting about her asshole. You know the things have gone poorly in your life when that's what you've been reduced to. I doubt that, I could be wrong, but I doubt that Chelsea Handler as a young woman dreamed of the day when she could stand on stage and talk about her asshole in front of a crowd. But here she is. And it's depressing to watch. Taking aside the physical
100%, yes.
the main feeling you get when you watch Chelsea Handler, it's sort of like the feeling you get when maybe you've experienced this when you see like a middle-aged man by himself waiting in line on opening night for a Marvel movie on a Friday night. It's very tough to see, tough to be around, and that's how I feel.
Dude, fucking leave the man alone, bro. Leave the guy alone.
That isn't quite as anatomical. And this is Chelsea Handler. The clip says babies. This is Chelsea Handler's take on babies. Let's see what she has to say about that.
I don't think it's okay for anybody to have a baby.
What?
Britney Spears, I don't think it's okay to have 2 babies and then run around town showing off your hot pocket to everybody. I think having a baby is a huge responsibility, okay? It's like a 5-year commitment, and you need to be ready for it.
What? Am I supposed to understand this?
They have a baby, and they act like they did something the rest of us can't figure out, like you took a special test or somebody. Anybody can have one. You can't have one, you go buy one from another country, you know? It's like, oh, I'm a mother now, Chelsea. I'm a mother. I could have been a mother too, okay? 3 times. But I made the right decisions.
And there it is. There she blows. We get the obligatory
Fucking hell.
abortion joke. Emphasis on the scare quotes. Yeah,
Damn it, that was an abortion joke? Fucking hell.
Screaming about her asshole for 20 minutes, but now we have her bragging about killing her baby. See, this is what you always get from feminist comedians. First of all, for the most part, they're terrible people. So that's the first problem. Second, they think that being edgy means simply saying inappropriate things. Forget about the punchline, just say something inappropriate. And of course, mix in, every time she uses the F-bomb, you can tell she's very impressed with herself. That's not edgy.
Fucking hell, he's actually right. I didn't notice that, but yeah, she definitely is.
Who scribbles the word sex or something on the bathroom stall. And in fact, Chelsea Handler has, it would seem, I'm guessing, been inside many men's bathroom stalls.
Oh, shit.
Clearly where she gets her inspiration. Now, I haven't laughed so far, to say the least. I actually am concerned I may never laugh again after watching this. But I know the criticism I get
He's so funny.
With the other two videos is that I cherry-picked the bad material. You know, I was biased in the clips that I chose, which fair enough. It's possible that there are hours and hours of hilarious Chelsea Handler material out there.
It's not possible at all.
In favor of her rambling about assholes and abortion. I mean, it's possible, right? Maybe. So let's watch. This is what we'll conclude with. We'll watch the promo for Handler's latest stand-up special on HBO. And yeah, here the people marketing the special have chosen the best material. This is dressed up to make her look as good as possible and to make her material look as funny as possible. So we'll conclude with this. This is our best chance for a chuckle. And I'm not looking for a laugh anymore. I'm looking for a chuckle. I've downgraded to a chuckle. I'll take even like a even that. That's what I'm going for now. If you get one of those, then we're golden. And so let's watch this.
Stop thinking about what you expect out of life and start thinking about what life expects out of you. It's a really tricky time right now. I figured it was time to go to a real therapist. He said, I think you lack empathy. Like a Republican? Thing is, I like older men. Which brings me to the strong and deep sexual feelings that I have developed for Andrew Cuomo. I want him to flatten my curve, and then I want to flatten his curve, and then I want us to apex together. Spirituality.
Oh, this is awful. It gets worse. It gets worse.
I've done every drug. Unless there's a new drug that came out this morning, I've tried it. I took my SATs tripping on acid. I didn't get into college, but I had a great time taking that test. I'm growing. They're called baby steps.
Yeah, this is awful.
Evolution is the name of that special. So this is her evolve.
This is worse. It's worse.
If anything, I played the good ones. It's only downhill from there. This is so aggressively unfunny. It's almost impressive. How could someone be a professional comedian for decades and never manage to say anything funny, ever? It goes back to what I said, especially when you watch that clip about Handler being the weird aunt sort of figure, because here she is bragging about doing drugs, trying to impress your cousins. You know, it's maybe enough to make you laugh at her, but this, for me, because of my incredible empathy, I just feel bad for this miserable, bitter, lonely woman who is falling apart on stage and telling us about the color of her anus. I do not laugh.
Fuck!
Her mission fails again, but we will carry on and try again next time.
Yo, I always laugh at Matt Walsh, but fuck, dude. It was a nice, like, relief to laugh at something, at least.
I want to laugh at a feminist comedian. Not at them. I mean, I can laugh at them. That's very easy to do. But with them. I want to find a funny joke told by a feminist comedian and laugh.
It's not gonna fucking happen.
That's my goal in life. That's the only thing I want to achieve before I die. I've done everything else that I want to do, sadly enough. This is the last thing.
Shit, I didn't do the top part.
That was a miserable failure. It didn't work out. So today we're going to bring out the big guns. Hannah Gadsby. Okay, Hannah Gadsby is the acclaimed, beloved, critical darling, the best feminist comedian currently on the scene, I'm told. So we're going to watch some of her clips and see if we can do this. You know, can I laugh at a Hannah Gadsby joke? Can we laugh? Let's find out together. Come on,
Fuck no.
friends. Forget I did that. Sorry.
What did he do?
Come on, friends. Let's find out together. Come along, friends. Forget I did that. Sorry.
Now, I want to tell you a story about a terrible conversation.
Oh, this is gonna be terrible.
Dog park once. This bloke just walks up to me. I mean, he had a dog. He wasn't just being creepy. He had context. And I want to tell you this. It's not pertinent to the story, but I want you to know his dog had shoes on. And his dog did not want to have shoes on. Because he was doing that, like... And it was a whippet situation. And
What the fuck?
At the best of times. So we don't know why. Are they cold? Are they nervous? We don't know. But it was like just... It was a lot. Now, it's not important to the story, but it was a lot in my periphery. So I just want you to know. Added stress.
Okay. Well, you know, a dog with shoes. That's, see, that's kind of funny. Not a laugh thing. I'm not gonna, you know, not laughing level. But, I mean, actually seeing the dog with shoes, that would get a laugh at me. If she had a picture she could have showed us, you know, the visual probably would have helped. But simply mentioning the dog with shoes isn't enough. But I'm on the verge of laughing, okay? The dog with shoes, okay, she's loosened me up a little bit.
Same.
I want to laugh. I'm in a laughing mood now. I'm thinking about dogs with shoes. And Rose has to go in for the kill. So let's see what she's got.
Now, this was my friend's icebreaker. We'd never met. This was his icebreaker. He said, did you know it takes less muscles to smile than frown? Now, the men in the audience are sitting there going, oh, you've experienced an isolated incident.
And she fucking ruined it.
Women are sitting there going, oh, for fuck's sake. And non-binary folk are like, is that a hard day for you, is it?
Damn it. She squandered it. You squandered it.
She fucking squandered
it. I was
it.
ready to laugh. I was. You had me. You had me. Why, Hannah? Why? I mean,
why,
now
Hannah?
she's going into the absolutely insufferable feminist harangue about being told to smile. And of course she throws in the thing about non-binary folks because, you know, she can't make a man versus woman joke without acknowledging the invented non-binary category. And that's good, obviously, because diversity, inclusion, political correctness, all the stuff that makes comedy great. Okay, dare I even continue playing this? I have a bad feeling now. Before I was filled with hope, dog with shoes. Now she's going into the feminist thing. I should have been prepared for this. It is a feminist comedian after all. I wasn't ready, it turns out. I'll play a little bit more. Let's see how much more we can stomach.
Now, as far as icebreakers go, it's a fucking one. Basically, what he's saying is, your face is wrong, can you change it? Like, honestly, and even if I was right, and truly believed that energy consumption was his chief concern, that he was just looking at me going, if only she knew. She could live her best life. She could get so much more out of a day. If only she knew. Like, even if I believed that, the thing is, I was neither smiling nor frowning. My face was neutral, which takes all muscles. Like, and now I am aware that my neutral face is not particularly chipper. Like, I do look like someone stabbed a potato with a spoon upside down. Honestly, like... No
what the fuck does that even mean?
Neutral. Now,
I can't, bro. Holy shit. Oh, it's so fucking good.
Only women have resting face. Men simply have very important things to interrupt them having. Like, honestly, no one has ever gone up to a man who's a stranger and gone, cheer up, love may never happen. No.
Okay, I can't. This. I mean, I'm waiting for the joke here. I'm waiting.
It's not gonna come, bro.
What is that?
Potato.
Upside down. I don't know. She's a comedian, right? So there's supposed to be some humor, but it's not really happening. Instead, she's just venting about a perceived personal slight. I feel like this is 2003, and I'm listening to somebody read their live journal entry to me out loud. And can I just say, for the record, for all you women out there, just so you know, a little bit of mansplaining, okay? Actually, you are not being specially targeted when people tell you to smile. You really aren't. Men do get the same thing all the time. So Hannah says, no one would ever say this to a man. Yes, they would. Actually, they do. People say it to me all the time, if you can imagine. I don't like it. It's annoying. But then again, I don't like it when anyone says anything to me about anything ever. So I'm not the best judge. But the only reason why you ladies think that the smile thing is sexist and that you're being specially targeted is that you ladies are the only ones whining about it. Now I'm going to go off on my own harangue. There are many things that feminists complain about where they think that women are the only ones that deal with it. No, it's not that women are the only ones that deal with it. It's just that women are the only ones who complain about it all the time. Everybody else, we just keep it to ourselves. So, you know, when someone says that to a man, we just shrug it off and go about our day. Meanwhile, someone says it to Hannah Gadsby, and she does a Netflix special about it.
Fuck.
My God, this is pettiness on steroids. And I say that as someone who has written multiple 1,000+ word articles complaining about people who don't put their shopping carts away in grocery store parking lots.
There is no greater evidence of the disintegration of human society than
There's no
shopping
way.
carts that people just leave all over a park.
So I know something about petty whining, and this outdoes even me. All right, let's try another.
I like people to stand it because I won't hold things in shape anymore. I know who I am. I know my strengths.
But she's a lesbian. I don't know. Did you get it? Did you get the joke there? It's the
No.
No, hold on. Listen, just up. Did you get it? I don't think you got it. She's a lesbian. So she only mentioned it 19 times per minute when she's on stage. So you might not have picked up on it.
Lesbians? Lesbian.
But yeah, she is a lesbian. That's the joke there. So
Of fucking course.
continue.
I'm not cool at representing. I haven't even read the agenda.
I haven't even read the agenda.
I keep hearing rumours and I think, I don't want to know. It sounds bad.
Nigga, you're part of it.
Might be a Slytherin.
What the fuck does that even mean?
Wait, I'm sorry. I don't mean to get into conspiracy theories, but I simply don't believe that the audience is laughing that hard at that joke. There is no way.
They're fucking paid.
It's a Harry Potter reference, right? This is how I touch on you with the youth of today. Slytherin's a Harry. So there's no way that a Harry Potter reference could cause someone to break into uncontrollable fits of laughter. I don't believe it. The physical reaction doesn't make sense. It would be like if someone responded with orgasmic delight after taking a bite out of like a graham cracker or something. There's no way that a graham cracker could elicit that sort of response. Unless you were starving for 2 weeks and then you had a graham cracker, then maybe you would have that kind of reaction. So were these
That could be
people,
fair.
were they locked in a dungeon and not able to laugh on pain of torture for 2 years? And then could that explain it? Because then I guess you'd be so pleased that you're allowed to laugh that you would laugh even at a Hannah Gadsby Harry Potter reference. So maybe that's the secret of her success, that she requires her audience to be chained in a dungeon for 24 months prior to attending her performance. I don't know. You know, a lot of people have different theories. That's mine. Who knows? Anyway, all I'm saying is that I actually want to laugh, and
It's ruining it for me, bro.
this is called try to laugh. And I'm trying to laugh, but I can't laugh at that. At least not that much. The most that joke could really get out of a normal person is sort of like a, oh, Harry Potter. Oh, from Harry Potter, right. Sure. I get it. Yeah, funny. That's one of those jokes where you have to say your reaction because you can't actually exhibit it. Oh, funny. Sure. Yeah, Harry Potter. All right, I'm going to give up on this one as I'm rapidly giving up on life itself. Let's give this a shot.
But in all the debate about homosexuality,
What
no
the
one ever
fuck?
really talked about the lesbian.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Did you pick up on the drive to play it again? Lesbian. She is a lesbian.
Oh, really?
All right.
You know, like it's all the gay men. They're the problem. Sex, that's when the devil will get you.
If I were to transcribe this and show it to you in written form and tell you that it's a transcription from a therapy session that I was eavesdropping on, you would absolutely there'd be almost nothing in it that would give away.
Wait,
the secret
he's
of
kind of
a
right.
stand-up comedian performing for a sold-out audience. No, because this is simply a woman working through her feelings on stage. But the problem is, if I want to listen to a woman work through her feelings, I can just go and talk to literally any woman ever, and they'll be happy to oblige. I don't need to watch stand-up comedy
What's up?
Should probably go to bed soon. I love you.
Alright, going to bed is for losers. Love you.
Love you too.
I'm watching Matt Walsh try to laugh at feminist comedians. It's very unfunny. One of them made a joke about bleaching their butthole. How does that even make sense? I'm going to like hate myself. It's so terrible.
As a lesbian. Spoiler alert.
Did you?
This is another lesbian joke. Dude, I'm sick of these lesbian jokes.
Okay. Hannah Gadsby.
Oh, God. Oh, thank you, man.
Wow.
I know. Your disappointment's palpable, mate. Why would you need to take the pill? But I do need to take the pill, people. I do, because sometimes I like to dress slutty. I do. I love to slut it up. I really do. Show a bit of echo. Stop it. Yes. Slut it up.
Let's stop it right there. Look at this shot of the audience. These girls in the audience. You know the book Animorphs? On the cover where they show the transition.
Shut up.
The transition from the person into what. This looks like a transition where the girl on the left is like each shot is her becoming the one all the way on the far right. Maybe is the audience populated by clones? That's the theory I'm getting to here. Maybe there's like a stash of clones somewhere, and their only role is just they fill the audience and they laugh at Hannah Gadsby jokes. Maybe. You know, we're solving the mission.
We're working there, yeah.
Let's go, okay, I'm going to abandon this. I'm just clicking through. We're going through videos. Here's one right here. Now this one, okay, this one looks like, this is a speech. It's not really a stand-up comedy performance, but I don't see a difference anyway between every stand-up comedy performance for her is a speech, so let's give this one a shot.
I find good men talking about bad men incredibly irritating. And this is something the good men are doing a lot of at the moment. Not this moment, not this minute, because the good men don't have to wake up early for their opportunity to monologue their hot take on misogyny.
All right, shut up. Just shut up. I'm sorry, I'm getting frustrated here. I'm supposed to be laughing, not angry. Maybe I admit part of this might be me, part of the problem might be me. Maybe it's not you, Hannah Gadsby, it's me. Maybe. I don't know. You guys tell me. Is this hilarious? Are you laughing at this?
Hell no!
Okay, last one.
I should quit. I'm a disgrace.
Okay. You said it, not me, Hannah. I didn't say that. I don't disagree, but I didn't say it.
What sort of comedian can't even make the lesbians laugh?
You.
Every comedian ever.
See, that's actually kind of a good joke. I almost feel a laugh burbling up inside me. It's either a laugh or the Chipotle I had for lunch. But it's not a bad. She's gone back to the lesbian well again. We can't, we're not going to hold that against her. We're past that now. That's all she's got. Talk about what you know. This is what she knows, and pretty much only this. Fine. But I like the joke because it's a joke. It's an actual joke for a medium, and so that's progress. We're getting somewhere. Okay, now let's see if she can finally take us home.
Very clever joke. I didn't write that. That is not my joke.
Oh, come on. The one kind of good joke, and it wasn't even her joke. The one decent joke we've heard this entire time, and it's not hers. I feel betrayed and disappointed.
And disappointed.
It's an oldie bit of goldie, a classic. It was written, well before even women were funny. Back then, in the good old days, lesbian meant something different than it does now. Back then, lesbian wasn't about sexuality. A lesbian was just any woman not laughing at a man. Why aren't you laughing? What are you, some kind of lesbian? Classic.
Why is it always lesbian jokes?
Stop taking everything so seriously. You learn to take a joke. You need a lot.
I'm going to beat off to that fucking sexy girl.
You need a lot. I'll tell you what you need. You need a good king. Get up, grab your drinks and
she imitating right now? Who is this person?
Right.
When in her life has anyone ever said anything like that to her? I guarantee never. Is that supposed to be the joke? Maybe it is. Is the joke here that feminists are hysterical and oversensitive and constantly imagining that they're being persecuted when they're really not? If that's the joke, it's a pretty good joke. But I suspect that's not the joke.
It's counterproductive. I do think I have to quit comedy, don't you?
I mean,
thank God.
I think maybe we can reach a consensus on that point, Hannah. We could really come together as a nation and unite around that. I do. But let's
come together as a nation is actually.
We're gonna play this one to the end. We're gonna do it. All right.
And I've built a career out of self-deprecating humor. That's what I've built my career on, and I don't.
Pretty fucking shitty.
Because do you understand?
What?
Do you understand what self-deprecation means when it comes from somebody who already exists in the margins? It's not humility. It's humiliation. I put myself down in order to speak, in order to seek permission to speak. And I simply will not do that anymore, not to myself or anybody who identifies with me.
What the fuck are they cheering at?
I've had planter's warts that were funnier than that. And to top off the unfunniness, there's also just the whininess, the woe is me stuff. Go back to the last shot there, the still shot of her in the audience. Hannah says she's on the margins. She's marginalized. No, you're not. That's not what marginalized looks like. You have a Netflix deal. You're not marginalized. You should be marginalized as an unfunny comedian. That should be a marginalized demographic, but it's not. I mean, that's one of the most lucrative demographics going right now. You're the opposite of marginalized. There's a whole audience of people who are watching. They paid money to watch you for some reason. I don't know why. I don't know why they pay money for that. Then again, people used to pay Jack Kevorkian. So, and actually, I'm kind of suspecting it's a very similar audience. But you're not marginalized. You're just not. That's all. Get over it. So I failed this challenge, but it's not my fault.
It's not my fault.
I refuse to take responsibility for it. I tried to laugh, but I'm leaving infuriated and annoyed, which is exactly how I went in, to be honest with you. That's how I live every day of my life, so maybe that's part of the problem. But the point is, I am a victim for having endured this. I am also now marginalized. And you're a victim too. So, which is a good thing to be these days. So,
what?
You know, the Matt Walsh Show, it's not just another show about politics. I think there are enough of those already out there. We talk about culture because culture drives politics and it drives everything else. So my main focuses are life, family, faith. Those are fundamental, and that's what this show is about. I hope you'll give it a listen.
Every single TikTok comment is requesting me to do more red flag crowd work. Don't get me wrong, I love doing crowd.
A few weeks ago, we began a journey together. I want to laugh at a All right, we have a quick final cancellation of the election season. John Fetterman did the interview circuit over the weekend. First, he appeared on Joe Rogan's podcast, and I don't think that his appearance, I don't think it was meant to embarrass Kamala Harris. Maybe it was, but it achieves that one way or another. It is humiliating for Kamala that a stroke survivor can do 2 hours on Rogan, but Kamala was still too afraid to appear for any time at all. Now, apparently, Kamala had demanded that Rogan come to her and that they only talked for 45 minutes. She wanted him to change location and format. He doesn't do 45-minute shows. So you got to change the location and the format for her sake in order to do the show.
Yeah, no.
Meanwhile, a guy who suffered actual brain damage went down to Austin, sat for a 2-hour unscripted interview, and that just goes to show, yet again, how weak and pathetic Kamala Harris is. Fetterman deserves credit for going on the Rogan podcast, but he doesn't deserve credit for the interview he did a day later on CNN. Talking to Dana Bash, Fetterman was asked about the trans issue. And as I pointed out many times throughout the campaign, Democrats have become very noticeably shy about this issue all of a sudden. They're not campaigning on it. They aren't even talking about it. And Fetterman didn't want to talk about it very much either, it turns out. Here it is.
One of the most prevalent Trump campaign ads has been attacking Kamala Harris for her stance on trans rights. The ad ends with a tagline, quote, "Kamala is for they, them. President Trump is for you." Is that resonating in Pennsylvania?
No, again, it's like if your political capital, comes from picking on trans kids or gay kids or anything like that, you're just bankrupt throughout all of this. My version of being a man is like, hey, I like ribeyes, I like Motorhead, and I'm never going to pick on trans kids and gay kids or things. And it's just sad that the other side choose to kind of pick on members of those community. And I've said this throughout my entire career, that if you think that I have to turn our backs on their community, then you can vote for somebody else. But I'm unwilling to ever do that. And again, it's just a warped version of, it doesn't make you tough. It doesn't make you a man to pick on trans or gay kids. It just makes you an asshole.
But politically, the Trump campaign believes that has some resonance with suburban parents, with men in the communities of color. You don't see that?
No, I don't speak about a members and their views of a member of a community. I'm not part of that community, but my views have been very clear throughout all of this. And
that's enough.
I will say though,
He doesn't want to talk about it. He just says he doesn't want to bully or pick on trans kids. Fetterman gives his recipe for being a man. All you have to do, he says, is eat ribeye, listen to Motorhead, and don't pick on trans kids. That's masculinity in Fetterman's mind. It's where he's setting the bar for himself, a bar that I'm mostly clear also, by the way. I don't pick on kids who identify as trans. I don't pick on any kids at all, actually. I also like ribeye. Motorhead, I can take or leave. That's 2 out of 3, at least. And Fetterman says that's all it takes to be a man. That's the whole picture of masculinity. Apparently, it's a picture that doesn't include intellectual or moral courage, because it turns out that Fetterman, despite having the gumption to talk to Joe Rogan, is still an intellectual and moral coward. That's why he lamely dodges the issue by labeling everybody on the other side of it a bully, the weakest and most dishonest move imaginable, but the only tool the left has in its toolbox, especially on this issue. There's a lot at stake this election, regardless of who's sitting in the White House or in Congress. The fuse on the economy has already been lit. 4 years of a conservative presidency will not be enough to turn the tide on our $35 trillion national debt. If the left wins, it's like throwing gas on a dumpster fire. You don't have much control over the election's outcome, but you can protect your savings by diversifying now into gold from my friends at Birch Gold. That's right, for millennia, gold has stood firm in the face of greedy governments, economic upheavals, and global strife, and it can protect you right now. Birch Gold will help you convert an IRA or 401k into an IRA in physical gold. And the best news, it doesn't cost you a penny out of pocket. Think about this. In the past 4 years, the buying power of the U.S. dollar has declined. The price of gold has increased 40%. Coincidence? I don't think so. Text Walsh to 989898. Get your free info kit on gold, then diversify as the exclusive gold partner of the Daily Wire for the past 8 years. You can trust Birch Gold, as I do, to protect your savings. Text Walsh to 989898 today. Again, that's Walsh to 989898 today. Now, notice that Fetterman never actually addresses the argument that Trump or anyone on the right is making about trans ideology. The ads that Dana Bash is referring to aren't just ads about transgenderism broadly. The ads are specifically hitting Kamala for 4 things: taxpayer-funded sex changes for illegal immigrants, sending male offenders to women's prisons, giving prisoners tax-funded sex change operations, and putting males in women's sports. Those are the particular issues that Trump is raising. And just as an example, here's one of those ads for reference.
Kamala supports taxpayer-funded sex changes for prisoners.
Surgery. For prisoners. For prisoners. Every transgender inmate in the prison system would have access.
It's hard to believe, but it's true. Even the liberal media was shocked Kamala supports taxpayer-funded sex changes for prisoners and illegal aliens.
Every transgender inmate would have access.
Kamala's for they, them. President Trump is for you.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
It's a great tagline, hilarious and accurate. Kamala is for they, them, Trump is for you. Again, the ad raises a specific issue. It makes specific claims. 3 specific claims, actually. 1, that Kamala supports tax-funded sex changes for prisoners. 2, that Kamala supports tax-funded sex changes for illegal aliens. And 3, that it's bad to support those 2 things. Those are the claims in the 30-second. So, if you're going to try to refute the ad or respond to it, you can try to deny the first 2 claims. You can say that Kamala never supported those things, or you can deny the last claim. You can say that Kamala did support them, but it's actually good that she did. And the problem for the left and guys like Fetterman is that there is no possible way to refute the first 2. That's on video. Clips are in the ad. You can see for yourself. Kamala directly, explicitly, repeatedly came out in support of spending tax money on gender transitions for violent criminals and illegal aliens. Can't be denied. We can all hear her say it. That leaves you only with the 3rd claim. You can deny that it's bad to support those things. But that's an even bigger problem for the left and guys like Fetterman. They don't want to be on the record defending something so egregiously and flagrantly indefensible. They know that no American citizen, no voter, no matter how far to the left they may be, actually wants to spend their money helping convicted rapists live out their fantasies, in prison, or providing elective plastic surgery to people who aren't even in the country legally. Nobody wants that. Like, it's the very definition of an indefensible position. So what's left? Well, if you're a man of integrity and self-respect, you would do the only honest and respectable thing. You would say, yes, Kamala Harris did support those things. She should not have. It's obviously a terrible idea. I disagree with her. But Fetterman isn't man enough to say that. He's man enough to listen to Motorhead and eat ribeyes, but not man enough to break with his party's trans extremism, which means he can do nothing but deflect, and that's what you're hearing. Fetterman pathetically whines that Republicans are picking on trans kids. What do trans kids, that is, kids who allegedly identify as trans, what do they have to do with sex change surgeries for convicted felons in prison? What do they have to do with gender transitions for adult illegal immigrants? Nothing at all. It's a dodge. His way of protecting trans kids, unquote, is to use them as human shields. He protects them by first offering them up to the pharmaceutical industry to be sterilized and castrated, and then he hides behind them to avoid scrutiny on issues that embarrass him. That's how this manly man protects the kids. That's because Fetterman is a pathetic excuse for a man, just like every other elected member of his party, male member of his party, and the female members are pathetic excuses for women. They're all the same. They all deserve to lose. Let's make sure they lose big today, so that they will all be, today, final. Cancer. If you'd like to see what else I have to say, you can access my full show by going to dailywire.com or by going to the Matt Walsh Show Twitter page. Hope to see you there. Godspeed.
Damn.
People about its resources.
So this just popped up as we started recording. I didn't even listen to the clip yet, but this is Marnie Washington, the FEMA official who was fired for telling her team of aid workers to avoid homes with Trump signs. The big story the Daily Wire broke, we talked about it yesterday. in the opening monologue. She just did an interview where she claimed that actually this is not an isolated incident, as FEMA has alleged. She says that this was apparently standard operating procedure, and that FEMA did the same thing in North Carolina. She did this, told her team to avoid Trump supporting homes in Florida. She's saying that no, this actually happened in North Carolina. Let's listen to the clip.
Stating that I was fired. They all alleged that these actions were made on my own recognizances and that it was for my own political advances. However, if you look at the record, there is what we call a community trend. And unfortunately, it just so happened that the political hostility that was encountered by my team, and I was on 2 different teams during this deployment, they just so happened to have the Trump campaign signage. FEMA always preaches avoidance first and then de-escalation. So this is not isolated. This is a colossal event of avoidance, not just in the state of Florida, but you will find avoidance in the Carolinas. Senior leadership will lie to you and tell you that they do not know. But if you ask the DSA crew leads and specialists what they are experiencing in the field, they will tell you. Demand for FEMA to give you those incident reports.
Wow. Wow. Not a surprise. Not a surprise. I mean, I said yesterday when we talked about this that I obviously don't believe that this was an isolated event. I don't believe that this woman took it upon herself to do this on her own recognizance, as she would put it. I don't think that. Now, that doesn't mean that she should be fired, and she should be prosecuted, but not just her. You know, Trump needs to get in there and clean out the entire agency and fire everybody in leadership and prosecute them. That's what needs to happen. Let me tell you about a looming threat to our constitutional republic that the mainstream media won't cover. The radical left is plotting a Supreme Court coup, and they're not even trying to hide it anymore, folks. These progressive ideologues want to eliminate the court's conservative majority by packing it with their own hand-picked justices. It's not court reform, it's a blatant power grab to get the outcomes they want. You know, we've already seen their playbook, made-up ethical attacks on justices, illegal protests at their homes, and open threats from so-called representatives. It's Venezuela-style court packing would spell the end of judicial independence and the rule of law as we know it. But hey, who needs checks and balances when you can have a rubber stamp for your radical agenda? But there's hope. First Liberty is leading the charge to protect the Supreme Court from this radical plan. They're fighting to preserve the legitimacy of the court and the separation of powers that safeguards our freedoms. Here's what you need to do. Go to supremecoup.com/Walsh. That's supremecoup.com/Walsh to learn how you can help stop the left's takeover of the Supreme Court. The future of our country is quite literally in your hands. Go to supremecoup.com/Walsh today. But I totally believe what she's saying here because it's the only thing that makes sense. It's the only thing that makes sense. And she's saying she has evidence of it. I'm sure she does. This would be an easy thing to prove. And I think it will be proven, but it never made any sense. I mean, the fact that this was put, like I said yesterday, it's put so casually in writing in a list of just standard, most of it's standard tips like drink a lot of water, you know, wear a jacket if it's cold or whatever. And then just thrown in there in the middle of it. Not even like at the top of the list or the bottom, just in the middle. Oh, and avoid homes with Trump signs. It very much reads like, it reads as though it was not the first time that it had ever been written down or that instruction had ever been given. Like it reads like this is just a standard thing that they say all the time. And that's what she's saying, and that tracks, I would say. It tracks that this is what they were doing, and so this is a massive, massive scandal. I mean, this is a massive scandal, obviously. And FEMA has put itself in a position where now, you know, they can't really offer any other excuse. They kind of missed their opportunity to come up with some other excuse. Not that there could be an excuse, clearly. Like, there could not possibly be a valid excuse for denying disaster aid to homes with Trump signs. Clearly, that's a constitutional violation, and there could not possibly be any And it's like the most basic constitutional violation. This is everyone is supposed to be equal under the law, and this is a denial of that basic human right. So there couldn't be a good excuse, but whatever they missed their only chance to come up with some kind of excuse because they've just denied that it's happening. They said this is the only time. And then when it comes out that no, this has happened all over. It happened in North Carolina. It's been happening Trump's entire term. What are they going to say now? They can't circle back around and say, oh, yeah, well, but here's the reason. You already lied. And I expected the excuse that she kind of offers there is what I expected the excuse to be. And it's bullcrap. It's bogus. But she talks about, she says that we avoid them, and I think she gets into this more in the interview beyond just that clip. But she says that she claims that sometimes the homes that have Trump flags or Trump signs would be hostile to females, and so they just avoid them altogether. That's the claim.
Oh shit.
And I figured that would be the excuse. It'd be something like that. Like I said, FEMA's already, if that was going to be their excuse, too late. Because you claimed it wasn't happening. In fact, you acknowledged already that it's a major violation, it's a horrible thing. You acknowledged that in your statement and said that this is the only time it's ever happened. So this is the excuse that she's giving, and as I said, it's completely bogus, obviously. You can't just assume, oh, that's based on someone's political affiliations, that they're going to reject your aid. And even if they do reject it, okay, well, give them the option to reject it. Was there an epidemic of Trump supporters physically assaulting FEMA workers? No, there wasn't. Because if that was happening, we would have heard about it. Okay, we would have heard about it. We'd see the videos. It'd be all over the place. We didn't hear about one case of that happening. Not one. Because of course that didn't happen. Now, Trump supporters may be skeptical of FEMA workers. I am too. Doesn't mean you're going to assault them.
Hey, what up, Hammer Time?
And the other thing also is that if that's what you're worried about, if you're worried that Trump supporters are very skeptical of FEMA and have a certain hostility to FEMA, okay, well, this isn't going to help that situation. So you think there's a certain segment of the population that's hostile to FEMA workers, and your way of solving that is to deny them disaster relief? Well, it turns out they had every reason. Okay, if there was hostility to FEMA,
how you doing, Hammer Time?
Turns out there was every reason for them to be hostile to them. I think it's fascinating that she talks about community trends. That's an interesting one, isn't it? So sometimes there are community trends that mean that that a certain community is unsafe. Oh, so we can start talking about community trends now, can we? We can start denying people critical aid, or we can stop, sending people into communities to help them if there's a trend of that community being maybe, having hostility, being dangerous. I don't know if that's logic that Marnie Washington wants to pursue very far. I don't know about that one. If you'd like to see what else I have to say, you can access my full show by going to dailywire.com or by going to the Matt Walsh Show Twitter page. Hope to see you there. That's me.
Trump is he's coming out with some plans. This is the time where you can say elections have consequences. Based? Yeah, I mean, obviously this is what's going to happen, right? But here we go. Let's take a look at it.
As part of my plan to secure the border on day one, my new term in office, I will sign an executive order making clear to federal agencies that under the correct interpretation of the law, going forward, the future children of illegal aliens will not receive automatic U.S. citizenship. It's things like this that bring millions of people to our country, and they enter our country illegally. As part of my plan,
so you have this one, and it goes even farther.
We've seen one estimate that says
That's good. Fucking dumbass.
to deport 1 million people a year.
How the fuck are we getting that stuff? God, bro.
A bill is a program that, as you say, generated plenty of controversy, but now its absence may raise even more questions. The so-called Immediate Response Card pilot program was designed to help feed migrant families who found themselves in New York with no way to afford food. When the contract provided what the city described as culturally relevant food, 2,600 migrant families, allowing them to basically buy what they wanted. Families of four with two kids under 5 got about $350 per week to cover food, a program the city said would actually save taxpayers millions a year. It also reduced food waste. You may remember the food the city had been providing in migrant shelters was seen as not culturally sensitive to the needs of some migrant groups, and it ended up just going to waste. More than a year, the city was groaning at the rate of more than 200,000 asylum seekers. Officials said the migrant population had actually reduced lately. In fact, a massive shelter on Roosevelt Island.
It's insane, yep.
Closing. In the meantime, Mayor Adams.
They say $350 a week. My mom used to get $200 a month on food stamps. Obviously, this was the year 2011 or 12. A bit different prices then, but that was what we used to get.
On the phone yesterday with President-elect.
I got like 160.
During his campaign's mass deport conference, aside from congratulating him on his win, though, Adams today did not say what they discussed.
Yep, there it is. And so you're seeing, obviously, this is getting shut down, and man.
It's my plan to dismantle the deep state and reclaim our democracy from Washington corruption. Once and for all, corruption it is.
And the thing is that I think that a lot of conservatives don't really want to say, and this is what's happening, right, is that this is kind of the entire, like, understanding of what like an Overton window is that it's like the idea of, like, things that are acceptable to be stated in public and not be immediately, like, repudiated for. The idea that somebody can say that, how do you deal with,
Of course, families can be deported together.
this would be probably unthinkable to say 10 years ago. And now, oh Lord, people are fed up. Yeah, people are fed up. And I think that the optics of saying that is probably not really great. It doesn't sound like a good thing to say. But once enough people start saying it, then everybody starts saying it. Because that's what people really believe. No, I didn't believe that. All right. Just racists say that? You are not going to get, like, that doesn't work anymore. That doesn't work when you say that racists are saying it, and then you have record numbers of minorities that are voting. It just doesn't work. I understand, it's like, this is, and it's been very effective, to be fair. Okay, and yeah, and also, like, yeah, people don't want to give a shit. So, yeah, it just doesn't work. The strap was nerfed? Yeah, I'm sorry to say.
First, I will immediately reissue my 2020 executive order restoring the president's authority to remove rogue bureaucrats, and I will wield that power very aggressively.
How short a bureaucrat is. I didn't
We
look
are
at
in for 4 years.
Wonderful fucking
some of
America.
the best content that I think we've seen in a long time. You guys have to understand that back when Trump
Yes!
was the president,
Fuck yeah!
like a lot of checks and balances that he had. And now all those checks and balances, they're all on his side. He's going to kill us all, smiley face. Oh, see what's going to happen. People literally die, free content. I think that, well, yeah, I mean, for sure, right? I mean, like, of course, like, and by the way, every news station thinks this. I understand that there's, like, news stations that try to make themselves out like, oh, yeah, we don't care about this. News stations love plane crashes. They love, like, mass shootings. Of course. Yeah, that's how they make their money.
Second, we will clean out all of the corrupt actors in our national security and intelligence apparatus, and there departments and agencies that have been weaponized will be completely overhauled so that faceless bureaucrats will never again be able to target and persecute conservatives, Christians, or the left's political enemies, which they're doing now at a level that nobody can believe. Even
I do think that, like, them going after Trump and trying to prosecute him for all these crimes, I think that, and I said it back then, I said that it was a huge mistake. Because all it does is it paints him out as a martyr, and it's kind of like the, what's the quote? If you come at the king, you better not miss. They missed too many fucking times. And now he's gonna do the same thing. And the thing is that, like, there's no moral authority to say, oh, this isn't what's going to happen.
No.
Yeah, it's revenge. And also, like, I do think that, again,
Fuck.
people won't say this, but there is a massive contingency of Trump voters and Trump supporters that feel like they've been marginalized from, like, not only, you know, like, economically, but society-wise. Where, like, you're not supposed to say that you like Trump, you're not supposed to say that, you know, you think this or that other thing. And these people have been oppressed in their mind, whether you believe this to be true or not. Like, again, and I'm going to get into a lot of trouble for saying this, okay? But we love Trump, don't we? Do you remember when I said that I can very well easily understand why young guys
Fuck.
like the Middle East joined ISIS? I can easily understand that. Even though I don't agree with them, even though I think they might be wrong, I can see, okay, if this is the way that you live, these are your material conditions. Yeah, I can see how you go from point A to point B. Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. So when I'm discussing this, in a lot of cases, I'm not even really talking about whether I think it's a good idea or not. I'm saying that if enough people believe in something like this, it becomes real. And it's real to them. And if something is real to them, then for all intents and purposes, they're going to act like it's real. And nobody has a monopoly on reality. So these people can invent their own reality and act on it, and you can't really stop them. You see kind of what I'm saying? I don't think it's the same as mine. No, it is. It is. People get oppressed, and the oppression, the perceived oppression, radicalizes them. It's absolutely true. Most people that do things that are really bad do them as a result of a perception of oppression. Now, sometimes the perception is accurate. Sometimes it's not. But the one thing that's almost always there is that there is a perception. Spencer?
Third, we will totally reform FISA courts, which are so corrupt that the judges seemingly do not care when they are lied to in warrant applications. So many judges have seen so many applications that they know were wrong.
I wonder what one of those applications for one of those people could have. I wonder who that's going to be. Video's eye contact feature? Remind me about that later. I'll look at it.
Nothing about it. They're lied to. Fourth, to expose the hoaxes and abuses of power that have been tearing our country apart, we will establish a Truth and Reconciliation Commission to
I hear the Halo music playing in my mind. I do. You guys have to understand that there is a probability that Baron Trump came up with this name because he played Halo 1. And he said, Dad, you should call it this.
tearing our country apart. We will establish a
People go back to play Halo. Absolutely.
To declassify and publish all documents on deep state spying, censorship, and corruption. And there are plenty of them.
I think that's good. I feel like a lot of people need to understand, like, when the government, and this isn't really anything that's new. I think that the government has exercised this power for a really long time, and I think it's created a massive sense of distrust with the government. Huge, huge distrust.
Fifth, we will launch a major crackdown on government leakers who collude with the fake news to deliberately weave false narratives and to subvert our government and our democracy.
This is one that I completely disagree with. And I
What?
really hope that people talk to him and tell him not to do this. Because you need whistleblowers Because the reason why we know a lot of these bad things happened are because of those whistleblowers. Like Snowden, like Julian Assange. Like, it's a slippery slope? Yeah, exactly. Like, I really disagree with this, and I hope that he doesn't do this. This is really, really bad.
When possible, we will press criminal charges. Sixth, we will make every Inspector General's office independent and physically separated from the departments they oversee, so they do not become the protectors of the deep state. Seventh, I will ask Congress to establish an independent auditing system to continually monitor our intelligence agencies to ensure they are not spying on our citizens.
That's his background music, by the way. It's not like I'm playing like Skyrim or like Halo background music. No, he's doing that for himself.
Citizens or running disinformation campaigns against the American people, or that they are not spying on someone's campaign like they spied on my campaign.
Right.
Eighth, we will continue the effort launched by the Trump administration to move parts of the sprawling federal bureaucracy to new locations outside the Washington swamp. Just as I moved the Bureau of Land Management to Colorado, as many as 100,000 government positions could be moved out, and I mean immediately, of Washington to places filled with patriots who love America.
Oh boy.
Do love America. Ninth, I will work to ban federal bureaucrats from taking jobs at the companies they deal with that they regulate. So that
That is a huge fucking W. Oh my god. Wow. Yep.
deal with these companies and they regulate these companies and then they want to take jobs from these companies.
Yep.
It doesn't work that way. Such a public display cannot go on. It's taking place all the time, like with Big Pharma.
Wait, one,
Finally, I will push a
two, three.
constitutional amendment to impose term limits on members of Congress. This is how I will shatter the deep state and restore government that is controlled by the people and for the people. Thank you very much.
There it is. And so this was made, like he recorded these kind of a while ago, but I think now that he's like, you know, now that he won, everybody is like looking back on it and they're like, oh shit, like all of these are gonna happen. And do you agree? With some things, yeah, he's gonna get assassinated. If they assassinate Trump, then J.D. Vance is just gonna do the same thing. And also, like, guess what happens when they assassinate him? Then everybody is gonna go and be like, oh my
That shit
god,
fucking crazy.
now they're actually trying to kill us, and they're gonna be way more militant than they've ever been. The worst thing that can happen is for him to get assassinated, because it turns him into a martyr. And I think that's the same thing that like all those trials did too. Yeah, they tried twice, that helped them win. Yeah, I think so too. Trump said he could use active military for mass deportations. Yeah, of course he's going to do them. I think that again, this is the problem that a lot of people have, is that the I don't think that they want to come to the terms that like that's what people voted for. I think that there's a huge contingency of people that's what their goal is. They want that. I saw another one, use military to repel an invasion. This is an invasion. Yeah, I mean, there it is. The people saying good don't understand the slippery slope. I think that it can be very problematic too. I think that you're totally right. But at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. Because if there's enough people that support it, then it happens.
Just to go back to Susie for a second, the fact that he got to this first, and the fact that she is going to have, you know, influence over how the rest of this transition unfolds, whether it's picking Attorney General or any of these other high-level positions, I think we ought to all look at this as a wise decision, a good decision, and for everybody out there wanting Trump to pivot or change or somehow whatever you want him to do, he just won a mandate from the American people to execute on the program that he laid out in this election. It wasn't particularly close, and I think he ought to put people in place who are going to do it. That's what the
Who will
people
go
are
after his
for.
enemies? I mean, that's
That's not what he ran on.
Yes, he did.
See, he can't say this. But I think that if you go down and interview a bunch of Trump voters, I think that they absolutely want Trump to weaponize the government to attack the people that attacked him. I think that's exactly what they want him to do. Because that's what people wanted to do to Trump. Do it? Yeah. And so, like, and you can't say this because it sounds bad to say. I think that's what's going to happen.
Look at what he said in the past week. He literally said that he was going to exact vengeance.
You still don't understand how you lost. He ran on immigration.
I'm not a
he ran on immigration.
It's, you know, like, I think that's it. People want catharsis. People want revenge. And I think that people see Trump getting convicted of like 34 felonies, and they think that it's bullshit. And so they're like, okay, everybody's conspiring against this guy. Well, let's get together and we're going to do the same thing back to them. I think that's what happens. And so, instant regret on her part? Yeah, there you go. He was kind once, he got backstabbed, so he ever wants him to take revenge this time? Yeah, I think that's exactly it. Not revenge, retaliation. Yeah, and I think that the problem is that, like, it's still not really acceptable for people to, like, say that, but I actually do think it's a huge reason why a lot of people voted for him, is they explicitly want him to do that. Can't wait till the poor people in the Midwest suffer from tariffs. That's not real catharsis. Reap what you sow. I mean, again, all I'm saying is I think that's what's happening. Isn't that super fucked up? People used to bring their families to watch lynchings. That doesn't matter. Like, people are more than willing to do something that's horrible if they think that they're doing it for the right reason. Like, this is nothing compared to that.
You ran on inflation.
I'm not here paid. Those are one of the many things he ran on. In addition,
He ran on the issues that people care about. He ran on the economy.
Nobody's saying that he didn't run on those things, but he also ran on vengeance.
Yes.
He did also run on going after the people who went after him.
How can that be a bad thing? This.
Yes, Scott, he literally said, I am your retribution. The Biden crime family, lock her up. Went after Sessions repeatedly for not doing what he wanted Sessions to do, which was to indict Hillary or whoever he wanted to.
I think that if Trump's first candidacy resulted in Hillary Clinton being in jail, there would have been a higher chance that he got reelected. I think that's what would. I actually think it would have massively increased it.
can want his campaign to have been about, tax reform and things like that. That is not what he said on the stump, time after time after time. Also, he talked about going after his enemies.
I'm heartened by the fact that the left still cannot speak.
A lot of people that are bringing up the tariffs and everything, I think that a lot of you guys don't understand the fact that the average American doesn't understand what a tariff is or how it works. I think that if you were to ask how many people understand tariffs that are voters,
not a lot.
I would say 5% or less. Yeah, probably about 5% or less. So that wasn't really the reason. Less than 1%? Yeah, I mean, it's definitely pretty bad. But I think that's really what's happening here.
Tariff is a little complicated, though.
He made that a big part of his campaign, that he would, if he were in power, pardon those people. You can't say that that was not on the agenda. It absolutely was.
What was the campaign about? Why did...
Because this is the way that I think a lot of conservatives see it, is that they see, like, for example, like all like the BLM riots from back then, and then they saw that a lot of those people seemingly didn't get in trouble, and they weren't dealt with in the way that I think a lot of people wanted them to be dealt with. And I think that now they look at January 6th as like, okay, well, this was our bad thing that we did, but we're getting punished and you're not. So that's why people support letting the January 6 people go. It's simple tribalism. That's it. That's the reason. Because, like, I don't think they should be let go. Absolutely not. But you can see very easily how a person comes to that conclusion.
Yeah.
It's obvious.
Okay, but do you think that he's going to do those other things when it comes to the Department of Justice?
Yes.
I don't know what he's going to do. I'm not.
A big part of the campaign was being a victim. Like, that was a big part of it, was his victimhood. They're coming for you, but they're going to have to get through me. That was his whole line. That is all about the enemies list. That is all.
She's exactly right. She's completely right. He's going to play it down, but they're right. The problem is that everybody knows that and they voted for it.
I totally disagree.
The deep state.
That's not.
This is the stuff that he talked about on the stump. Unless you just don't want to listen to him. Those are his own words.
I listen plenty.
Scott, if you believe that people who violated the Capitol on January 6th committed a crime, which I would hope you would because they weren't invited in the way they claimed they were, right? They were not there. They didn't go through security the way the rest of us have to go through to get into the Capitol. They were prosecuted. They were convicted. And now they're serving jail time. And he has said repeatedly that they're political prisoners and he is going to spring them, right?
Yeah, of course.
What does that tell you about how he's going to weaponize the Justice Department and on whose behalf? On behalf of people who committed crimes for him. For him, not for anybody else.
I mean,
Exactly. That's why he's going to spring them. It's because they're on his side. Like, I think that a very big problem that a lot of the media has is that the media relies on optics in order to push people to opinions that they don't actually have. And the big issue is that the average person might not say this, but the average person thinks it. And that's why you see a lot of dissonance whenever you look at polls versus actual voting behavior. It's because people say things that sound good, but then they actually go to vote, and then they vote for something that's a lot worse. That's society. Yeah. Because polls aren't random. Yeah. Mainstream media tells you who you should be mad at. Well, I mean, I'm just saying, like, what Democrats have weaponized justice system for years. It's time for them to play defense. Well, like, your comment here, like, by the way, like, weaponizing the justice system is bad, right? It's bad whoever's doing it. However, this is what people think, and that's what they're voting on. That's the reason. And so I actually think it is that simple in a lot of cases. So getting inside a building legally is worthy of jail, but getting inside a country is not. I mean, I'm not making this argument. I'm not saying that. I mean, you want to argue with them, go ahead. But, like, I'm saying that I think that there's a lot of, like, unspoken truth and unspoken reality that mainstream media and a lot of people, even on the internet, are unwilling to approach. And I think that also people think that simply repudiating it and saying that it's bad or that it's evil is enough to just make it stop happening. I don't think that's the case, and I think that it's very obvious that's not the case. So the problem is that people, like, and this is the issue, is that media is built around optics, it's not built around reality, and it's not really built around policy. I think that if you were to poll a lot of average, like, if you were to look at the amount of Trump voters that there were, and you were to ask them, would you be okay with mass deportations, even deporting children that have been born here that have birthright citizenship? I think that you would get a supermajority of yeses. If you could read their minds.
Damn it!
Tons? Yeah, I guarantee you. Like, the riots were massive. Damn it. Of course they arrested tons of people. And it's the same as also not every single person in January 6th got arrested either. That's really the difference. Most went free. Yeah, I bet probably a lot of people in January 6th went free too. Like, that's... They should kill out. Yeah, I mean, is this not true? No shit, yeah. Yeah, I'm very confused. January 6th only, if you went in the Capitol?
Fuck!
Yeah. I'm very confused here. 14,000 people got arrested during the This chat's so lost. The problem is that I think people are so ideologically captured by certain points of view that they're unwilling to cede any ground or to look at anything that doesn't completely agree with them as being legitimate at all. And I think this is like this radicalization is happening. That's fine. The point is that I think a lot of people have been radicalized by this